God dog it. I don't think you all were hearing me the whole time. My bad, my bad. So here, hold on one second. Let me go ahead and say hello once again. Long as this is going on, I know definitely most people do not have the game yet, and so you all are not going to be able to jump in, but I still figured this would be a good opportunity for us to go through the prologue and get that stuff out the way. So then tomorrow, when more people can play, I'll already have most of the party members, or at least enough where we can have a full squad. I completely forgot that I just did an OBS update, and every time an OBS update happens, it clears all of my settings. It's weird. Yeah, yeah. I got it, Ace. It's cleared now. Wait to witness a fire psyker and your choice. Yep, yep. I'm not immune anymore. Frustrated for a new game. Say no more. All right, Monday, what's going on? How are you? All right, let's see. So you know what? Since we checked that, let's also make sure is desktop audio working? I'm not seeing desktop audio moving in either. So let's go ahead and look at that. I don't know which one of these is correct. Let's try this one. There we go. Okay. Now I see audio moving, and I think we should be 100% completely good to go. If there's any issues like audio's not loud enough or anything like that, just let me know and we will make some changes. Now, outside of all that, first and foremost, so nice to see all you again. So nice to be live streaming again. I know we were live streaming Baldur's Gate 3. I took a hiatus after I ended up in a hospital for a little while. I was like, I need to take a break on top of myself. Hopefully, we'll be able to be consistent with both this live stream and the Let's Play, but y'all know how it is. For whatever reason, the past couple of years, things keep on happening and it interrupts my ability to be able to do that kind of stuff. So we're just going to go with the flow, have fun for as long as we can. My intention is that this live stream series is going to be 6-player co-op. So at all times, anybody who wants to is able to just dip in and dip out however they see fit. But of course, we can't really get into that today because the game's not out. But tomorrow and from then on, anybody who wants to join in, as long as there's a spot open, you're more than welcome to do so. All right, now with all that being said, Blackula, what's going on, man? How are you? Game audio is a bit too loud in my opinion. Okay. Let me see. So game audio is a bit too loud. Let's pull that down a wee bit. And mic is already maxed up. So the mic shouldn't be low, but I pulled down the game audio just a bit, just in case you all can let me know how it is. And I also know this Warhammer game in general, like the music is booming even during audio. So we might end up turning that down just in general, but we'll see. I'm putting it on daring for now, but I'll probably turn that down to what's the other option? To normal when we do 6-player co-op, just because I don't want to create a situation where you can only jump in and play if you're good at the game and know what you're doing. Like some people are just going to want to have fun and they're not going to be necessarily all that great with the mechanics. Oh yes, I'll just say walk through live. This Friday I should be able to pay for the basic. Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. Hey, everybody supports it whatever way they can, and I appreciate all of you. Wondering how much this game will be in New Zealand. That's a good question. I'm not sure. So those of you who played in the beta, you probably already saw most of these portraits. They did add a couple of new ones for the full version of the game, so I don't think this was available in the beta. The one that's in my Let's Play series, this one, that's not available in the beta. They just added that. And then they also added 2 more. Pretty sure I saw this one before, but we just weren't able to select it for a new playthrough. I think Alcat might have just added into one of their updates beforehand. And then this one I've definitely never seen before either. I really, really like the collection of portraits for this game. I feel like it's much more unified and consistent than what we saw in Wrath of the Righteous and Kingmaker. And I prefer dark universes, so the grim, dark aesthetic of it is absolutely working for me. So I'm really looking forward to doing a run with this guy. This chick really appeals to me for just an all-out religious zealot. So really cool stuff all the way around. But I'm not going to be playing with a portrait from Endgame because I was looking up where Longes did a custom portrait for me. Once again, really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I want to play as a black woman who's also a pyromancer psyker, and there were no portraits in the game naturally that would allow me to do that. So this is a nice way for me to be able to get around that. Now, they do have a pretty cool feature where you could just click on a portrait and then the avatar will automatically change to match it. So that's really nice. So we're just going to use that for this chick who's just about where we want, but still use this portrait instead. And then the only, whoa, wait a minute. I want to make sure it's using the right portrait for me. Why isn't it changing? Has the game gotten harder after the beta? I found that the beta ended up being much too easy. I'm not deep enough into the full version yet to give you an answer on that. I did replay with the review version that we got a few weeks ago, and I didn't feel like the difficulty had changed tremendously, but I know they did some more tweaking since in this full version that you all are going to receive tomorrow. I can already tell. Now my banging, but I'll be having 80 tomorrow, so I'm hoping it's less than 70. I hope so too, Ace. What's going on, Yermangi? How are you? I tell the more straightforward mechanics of Pathfinder is way better for me. See, it's interesting. Some people find Warhammer more difficult. I personally find Warhammer easier than Pathfinder. I felt like Pathfinder was very much so not straightforward, and that it was really easy to mess up your character in a way that was not true for that I feel is not true for Warhammer.
Prevails.
I'm sorry, let me hear that one more time.
Empyrean, take this sacrifice.
All right, that works for me. Oh, okay, and it is using the correct portrait. Okay, cool. Now we're going to choose Fortress World, never stop shooting. Give me a percentage chance to do an attack that'll cost 0 action points. Excellent. I'm going to do Sanctioned Psyker, of course. I want to do Pyromancer. I've been hearing from the people that are already like deep in the game. I haven't played any of Act 4 or 5. We're going to do that together as a community. So I've heard from some of the people that have like played through the game that they feel like Pyro is really weak when you use it at range, that it's only stronger when you use it as melee in combination with a Sanctic, with the Sanctic option, and especially in comparison to some of the other Psyker options. We shall see. I'm still very excited about it. 1 second. I'm live streaming, darling. Is everything okay? Okay. No problem. Oh, nope. She's not there yet. She's not here. Bye. Ghost Ninja, what's going on? Psyker types are Pyromancer, Telepath, Sanctic, Biomancer, Diviner. Yep. Nothing poisoning. Being woven but with magic instead of claws. Absolutely. Okay, I haven't looked closely at the triumphs for Psyker. Upon solving the mystery of a powerfully psychically active Xeno artifact, you managed to destroy the creation of countless enemies of humanity. That's interesting. You single-handedly saved a pilgrim ship by stopping a warp breach while traveling through the Material. The power of your sorcery crushed a daemon of the archenemy and drove it back into the warp. She's all about fighting in combat, so sure. Actually, I just realized there's buffs with this, but I don't care about any of those buffs, so yeah, sure. Darkest Hour. You were accused of being possessed by a warp entity and forced into exile, leaving your soul forever scarred. Your sorcery caused a warp manifestation aboard a void ship, claiming thousands of lives in the end. Possible. An error during this sanctioning process brought you many hours of agony, which you nearly cost your life. Nope, brand of shame. I've already killed thousands of people even before now. We're definitely going to take Soldier for run and gun. And then for my characteristics, I'm going to increase willpower, and probably also makes sense to increase agility. And then what's third? I mean, 9-1, skill perception. I hadn't thought about what the third option is. Could be perception. Use a melee weapon. Also affects the demolition skill. Reduces dodge. Perception or toughness? I'm gonna go with perception. Excellent. And of course, so Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous was 60. Yeah, it should be around the same price. Absolutely. What's going on, Pedro? I may need to use to remove the metal poison within. Is it possible to be a pure melee DPS? And if so, which classes are best for that? Yeah, sure, it's absolutely possible. I would probably go melee and assassin. What did you pick as the home world? I picked Fortress World. I received the Steam message about the beta being revoked from my account by the publisher. Anyone else? Yeah, so they're revoking the beta version from everyone in anticipation of providing you with the full version. Same thing happened to me. Okay, and of course it's the Normandy. All ships and all games are called the Normandy. From here on out, it just is what it is. Edit the name. And we will go with Commander Highslanderer. It's gonna be a blast. All right. Agility, willpower, a little bit of perception, a little bit of toughness there. Skill wise, I've got plenty of awareness. I've got ignite, I've got run and gun. I believe we are good, so yeah, let's get started. I am torn between meme hatred for the Imperium and agreeing that chaos is bad, actually. We're just gonna see how it plays out. Good to see you, man. Hope you have a good one. You too, loser. You too, man. Sounds like you're gonna do a Benevolentia run. Heretic Assassin has a nice tone to it. Absolutely. Operative is for heavy single hits. Warrior is for mobility and lots of melee attacks. I agree. Yeah, operative is fantastic if you want to be a sniper. I'm naming my ships the Normandy as well. Gotta show love to the strongest ship in the Mass Effect world. You know it! Pyro Psyker, demolition agility should be high. Hello, beautiful. How are you? You have a good day at school? Awesome. Why do you have the mask on? Were you coughing a lot? You okay? All right. All right. You got homework to do, right? Yeah, you do. Go ahead and get to it. Readings from Germany. Thank you. Good to see you.
One has the best view of the cathedral from here. Mesmerizing, wouldn't you say? An impeccable manifestation of the God Emperor's sublimity.
Braislav, what's going on? How are you? Yeah, all rain. Really, Highslanderer? Yeah, you know it. Commander Highslanderer. Magus stares me from his shelf with shame. All right. So we're going to be all out heretic, all out chaos, all out, hey, whatever is fun for me. So let's see. Do you have a particular reason for disturbing me?
My apologies. I did not seek you out to pester you with unwanted attention. Allow me to introduce myself. Conrad Voigtveer, Master of Whispers, in the employ of Her Ladyship Rogue Trader Theodora von Valencius. At your service. I haven't had the pleasure of speaking with you in person before.
Voigtveer bows his head and focuses attention on you. Loving paternal energy. Oh, my daughter-in-law is the same thing every day. I wake up the same way every day, and sometime around 3 p.m., she comes home and it's the same. Kiss on the cheek, and then trying to get out of doing her homework. It's always the same. Star Dragon, what's going on, man? How are you? I have chocolate milk with Tostitos pizza rolls for lunch. Nice. Made my remnant 2 character, a black female character as well. She has beautiful curly red hair. Nice, Ace. All right. My name is Commander Highslanderer, and as to avoid any misunderstanding, I am a Sanctioned Psyker.
I am aware of that fact. It would have been unacceptable negligence to have overlooked such a detail when compiling your profile. Fate bestowed upon you powers of witchcraft, and a duty to use them for the good of the Imperium. Yours is truly an unenviable lot. I will be frank with you. You may forget your past titles, no matter who gave them to you, or what their origins are. From the moment you and the other candidate were brought aboard this void ship, your fate changed. You now serve Lord Captain Theodora von Valencias, and carry the burden of an heir of this house. Henceforth, you share your dynastic name with her ladyship. Bear it with honor.
Telekinesis didn't make it. I didn't even pay attention to the list of Psyker categories available. I have to check that. I'm pretty sure Idira still has all the power she was able to use in beta. Lord Captain. Strange title for the Lady Theodora.
Such are the traditions of the Imperium. Lord Captain is the title that was established in the annals of the Lex Imperialis at the time when the first rogue traitors entered the God Emperor's service, and therefore, it is sacrosanct.
Your face is less fat. Slowly but surely, yes, my face is getting less fat. There is no other way to say it, and I appreciate it. I'm trying, man. I'm trying to do what I'm supposed to be doing. Going full chaos. Are you going to answer every question with as close to unlimited power as possible? We'll see if the game lets me. You had telepathy and divination, not telekinesis. Ooh, yep, that's true. That's true. You could pick telekinesis on level up, but it only had one power, which is probably why they eliminated it. Okay, that makes sense. Why am I aboard this vessel? Why have I been brought here?
So that you may fulfill your blood duty. Whatever obligations you had before, they are henceforth null and void. By order of the Lord Captain, you have been requisitioned to serve the rogue trader, indeed blessed by the God Emperor. Your former position may have been different from conventional service as part of one of the institutions of the Imperium, but from now on, a different fate awaits you. One chosen for you by the Lord Captain. I advise you to come to terms with this reality as quickly as possible.
He sounds like a villain. You have a curious title, Master of Whispers. What are your responsibilities?
To put it plainly, I am the head of the network of spies and informers who serve the interests of House von Valencias. I uncover weak links.
It's like being a fire mage.
Theodora's retinue and in the ranks of her rivals. I eliminate our vulnerabilities and exploit those of others.
Tell me about the one on whose ship I have found myself.
I would rather not discuss the Lord Captain behind her back, especially not on board her ship. No one knows better than I that whispers are wont to attract particularly close attention. Suffice it to say that her ladyship is the bearer of the sacred warrant of trade and a woman of immense power and entitlement. However privileged your position may be, I ask that you do not incur her anger by being disrespectful or obtuse. Lady Theodora despises both qualities.
Wrath. If possible, I'd like to align with a specific dark god, but I haven't seen that option in the game thus far. So I think for the most of the game will be Chaos Undivided, but it's pretty clear things ramp up significantly in Act 4 and 5, and so maybe at that point I'll be able to align directly. And you know what? I'm sorry, throw away everything I just said. This is my first time doing a Heretic run. So from the standpoint of doing an Imperialis run, I never saw an opportunity to really align with a specific god, but maybe I'll get options here that I don't know about yet. And if so, I'm definitely going to try to align with a specific one of them. You say I'm one of the rogue trader's heirs, so there's another candidate?
There is. And you will meet him soon enough.
I assume you had some goal in mind when you decided to seek me out. Let us address it.
But of course, I have come to invite you to a meeting with Lady Theodora. I imagine you have many questions.
The
for your
entire empire is
patroness,
made up of villains.
and
I
I'm
agree.
Sure she has just as many questions for you. It is regrettable that you haven't yet had an opportunity to speak. It has been an arduous voyage thus far. The Lord's Captain and Master Edelthrad von Valencius are conversing on the observation platform. Let us join them there.
Let's go. By the right of blood.
I tread a path unexplored.
I like that voice. Show the data on the vid screen. The sacred mechanism has been interfered with without due reverence. The duration of the data processing cycle has tripled. Incomprehensible information is displayed on a large screen above the cogitators. You can make out references to unfamiliar systems and worlds among the numbers
The
of
world
logistical
trembles
symbols.
beneath my feet.
There. A candlelit altar with a copy of the 2348th volume of the Lex Imperialis, the Codex of the Sacred Laws
Embrace
of the Imperium.
true power.
Come on. Here we go.
I'm not afraid to embrace the revelations that make others shrink and cover. That is the difference between me and
One of the von Valencius.
I like her little quips. Yeah, this is already working for me.
Your audience with the Lord Captain.
Oh yeah, evil on steroids, Brody.
What's happening?
You just use them as fodder. That's awesome, mate.
The servitors have gone berserk!
Kitsune, I don't care about cussing. Hey, you don't have to mod people out of cussing. Don't worry about that.
Let us savor the coming
I care about
storm.
disrespect. Nobody should be people shouldn't be disrespecting each other or things of that nature, but I don't care about cussing. Woo, that's not a good start. Analyze enemies, join analysis. Hey, Ignite, you look like somebody who should be set on fire.
I
And
need no
then
guidance.
let's do that again. And then, oh yeah, double ignite. Oh, this is already working for me. I'm a fan, I'm a big fan. Look at that. Look at that. Usually, all of these people die. You might actually live through this. Except, I'm not gonna be able to do it to him again. But hey, oh yeah. This is definitely working.
What suspiciously poor timing for such an accident. Servitors malfunction on the officer's deck at exactly the same moment when the rogue trader and her heirs are gathered here. I have blocked all passages between the upper and lower sectors of the residential decks. If this is a deliberate attack, it should stop the culprits from advancing their plan.
This is going better than the Imperialis run. This is true already. I use your Discord rules. Yeah, it's all good. No, I don't have those kind of rules online. And it's not really a no cussing rule in Discord. It's just, I was warned before I started my server, people like going crazy in Discord. So I was like, you know what? Let me make it absolutely clear I'm not about the nonsense. But in general, as an adult, I don't care about cussing. I just don't want people to be disrespected. These officers pay shooting like stormtroopers. You trust them implicitly. I'll do what I can, Wanderlust, absolutely. Now they come out. Spread out. No one is allowed into the premises.
I'm afraid
Stations.
I must remain here. For Lady Theodora's safety, I have to oversee the execution of these orders personally. I hope you will have no difficulty reaching the observation platform on your own. It is just at the end of this corridor.
The Master of Whispers gives you a curt bow. All right. The wires in the servitor's head are still smoldering. It would seem the cause of this malfunction was a short-circuiting of the motive force. Tarantula sentry gun constructed with the blessing of the Adeptus Mechanicus using a standard template construct in the manufactorums of Kiava Gamma. Laman Rusk battle tank reclaimed and restored by the grace of the God Emperor, the first to breach the capital walls during the pacification of Vortes Teuton.
Powers unseen uncover my path.
This exhibit is unfinished. Another symbol of House von Valancius' valor will be displayed here at some point in the future. A violet alloy, which, upon closer examination, turns out to be a handcrafted object. Symbols carved with a primitive tool are visible on the surface. A black shard resembling obsidian. If you look closely, you can discern a strange, barely perceptible glow inside the artifact.
Path unexplored.
A massive golden amalgam interspersed with sparkling particles. I wonder if they're going to let us have a similar type of throne room when we take control of everything. Like, I haven't seen a room like this. You get a private room that's like a bedroom, but not a huge area like this. Kek, what's going on, man? Hey, milestones. Hey, that's awesome. Member for 1 month. I appreciate it, dude. Thank you so much for the support. How are you? I'm okay. Can't complain at all. How are you, dude? When can you hire mercenaries? Can you customize them and can you make Xenos aliens that way? You can hire mercenaries as soon as you get out of the prologue. Stone on the pedestal is no doubt solid, but its surface shimmers and changes hue as if someone has captured a piece of turbulent sea within the rock.
The world will bow.
A strange object that resembles sea coral. The porous surface is pitted, a sign that it has been underwater. A gray-green crystal with white veins. A low hum can be heard coming from the artifact.
The opportunity.
Awesome. All right. Does this game have controller support? Yes, it does. Follow up to the prior question. If you get the choice, which of the four will you side with? I will not be siding with the one about poison and sickness that they always mention. Nurgle. Everyone talks about Nurgle. I'm not siding with Nurgle. I'd probably side with the one who centers around pleasure. Can't remember his name offhand. Wonder if they added romance options. There are romance options. Also, I wonder if there are Heretic followers mercs. Yes, you do get them. We're going to find one shortly. Excited to see how Alcat does the Necrons. Me too. I haven't seen any Necrons in this game yet. So we'll be experiencing that together. Posted that it does work on Steam Deck, but there might be some irregularities with the UI. Yeah, they're still working on that. Would you please shortly point Psyker specific available in this build when level up would be possible? What do you mean, Audrey? I'm not sure what you're asking. You know, something smell when the equivalent is overseen.
Powers unseen uncover my path.
Oh, wait. Here we are. I mentioned this in the Let's Play. I love the way that they find really clever ways to show scale. You know, so things like this make you feel like you're on top of this. You're riding on this huge, massive ship with just an incredible amount of people on it, but they don't do it in a way that's going to cause a huge amount of slowdown in your game. I think it's really, really cool the way they were able to put it together. Ship tone trophy 1 DLC. The CIA is overseeing a military operation. Oh, you don't have to work tomorrow? That's awesome, Kek. Can Mercs be Xenos? No, they cannot. Loving and he actually cares about his people. Stop. Slanesh. There we go. Yeah, Slanesh is the one I would align with if I could. I always side with Zentech because the only way to stop him scheming against you, let him scheme against you openly. That's one way to look at it. I want to say hi. So I'm dead tired. Can't stay for the screen. Good seeing you, Horia. Thanks for stopping in. Yeah, Prince of Pleasure and Excess. Absolutely. The hedonist in me really finds it appealing to side with Slanesh, by all means. So hype for this playlist. What's going on? Leave glad you're hype. Hope you end up enjoying it. That Papa Nurgle loves you. By the pleasure agrees. Sounds like the epitome of human fall. Should have gave them experience to make such open spaces. I'm asking, when you get the first level up, Warren Chamber, I suppose, can you shortly point powers and abilities that Psykers can take? Oh, as they're different from other classes. Yeah, sure. I can show you all some of the powers I'm supposed to get. That is simply irrational, Lady Theodora, says the man dressed in peculiar garb, his voice tight with tension. His face, half of which is covered by thin skin, is twisted in a grimace of displeasure and disbelief. Assimilation into the trade structure would be political and economic suicide, practically an admission of heresy. The tall, gray-haired woman pins him with her gaze, her cybernetic eye flashing crimson. This suggests an alternative that will satisfy me. I have described the situation no worse than my seneschal could have done. Make a decision. What will you do with Aeon 6, Edelthrad? Survey the room. Your first impression of Edelthrad, who appears to be about 30 years old, is of parchment-like skin stretched over a tightly bundled mass of sinew, implants, and bone. The nervously twitching fingers, the face twisted by a slight tic, and the jerky movements are all signs of some illness or defect that has taken over his physical form. In stark contrast to Edelthrad, Theodora von Valancia's features appear as if they were carved from marble, eternal and indestructible. Head raised high, proud posture, hands clasped casually behind her back. Everything seems to emphasize the difference in status between her and Edelthrad. Behind the two of them, you see two more men. One is a gray-haired officer of impeccable bearing who is studying the contents of his data slate. The other is a behemoth, bristling with holsters and baldricks containing all manner of weapons. Our second candidate has joined us. The dry female voice and the powerful feeling of being watched force you to look at Theodora. The rogue trader is looking straight at you, and her gaze, like herself, is predatory and oppressive. Commander Highslanderer, approach and give me your answer. Consider this hypothetical situation. Aeon 6, a new world on the fringes of the Coronis expanse. High seismic activity, regular magma eruptions, metamorphic rock deposits, prospects for large-scale mining. The world is populated by natives who worship some heretical underworld spirits that protect those who offer them sacrifices. Flights of fancy, you might say, but attempts to install ore extractors have failed for the second time. The mining crews sent to the planet's surface simply vanished overnight. My question to you is, what would you do with this poisoned treasure? Lore Warp succeeded. There are ways to confirm whether what is happening on Aeon 6 is witchcraft or not. It might cost several psychers to do so, but it will give us the answer. Theodora smirks. Thorough, but presumptuous. It took me a great deal to find one psyker who could serve me well for many years, yet you speak of several. Edelthrad looks at you with the warmth of a snake. Sanctioned Psykers are rare and valuable instruments of the Golden Throne. Or do you, Commander Highslanderer, suggest that we use heretics who are an offense to the God Emperor's light? It would be rather careless of you to utter such profanity in the presence of his faithful servants. Feels like I should get a Psyker-specific answer, like, hey, Psykers are Psykers. If they can help, let's go ahead and get them. Ooh, I find your tone most disagreeable, Edelthrad. You will kindly alter the manner in which you address me, or else you will live to regret the consequences. Edelthrad tilts his head. Well, I find your company disagreeable, Commander Highslanderer, and yet I am forced to endure such... What is it people love so much about Nurgle? I just don't understand. Just side with Vashtor. He's all about business and business only. No games or trickery, just mutual benefits. Who is Vashtor Arcaphane? Does the host for co-op have to make mercenaries for all 6 players, or can each player do the prologue with their own characters and then join the host? Dread, you join as one of the party members I have. You don't bring in your own personal character. I will say I prefer how text looks in this game compared to Pathfinder. I agree. I think they did a great job of making it more legible. So this form of paragraph is informal. So there's a evil lord of disease. In Warhammer there is. I feel lovely here. RB skills, what's going on? I actually took a half day off of work today. So I took a half day today, and I'm going to take a half day tomorrow. So I'll be streaming earlier than usual. Now, I'm probably not going to stream like all the way up to like 12 or 1 a.m. the way the time frame I usually do. But I plan to stay on for a good little while for these first couple of sessions. You also should, in my opinion, feel that Ethelthryed is also Psyker, but it seems Alcat decided not to put. No, I heard they put in a bunch of reactivity for Psykers, but I'm just probably not close enough yet to get that far. Remortis, what's going on? How are you? DM, what's going on, dude? Member for 4 months? I really appreciate it. Appreciate the support. Let's go, Slander. Gave it to you, Slandered. At least Road Traitors here. We're ready for the grim, dark future of the 41st millennium. Absolutely. I'm already having a great time with the game. It's great to see you back streaming. Great to be streaming again, dude. Thank you. I appreciate you. So, Slander, with Nurgle, he actually loves his followers. Like, for example, say you did a mistake while following Nurgle. He wouldn't punish you, but he just understands that you made a mistake. Why don't I agree with this? So we love him because he's caring and loving. Well, you know what? I'll keep all that in mind when it's time to decide who I'll side with. Can we ask to be a part of your party? If so, I want to be a Biomancer Psyker. Yeah, this live stream will become one come off, but you will have to use the party members that I have. There is a Biomancer Psyker that I plan to make a permanent member of my party, so that option will be here. Ethelthryed, Theodora's tone renders him silent. I believe I gave you an assignment on this ship. Explain to me then why my senior congregator is still dawdling about the officer's deck instead of proceeding to the middle decks to commence the inspection of the compartments in his purview. I beg your forgiveness, Lady Theodora. Your presence has such a profound effect on me that I well forgot the time. Ethelthryed bows ceremoniously and takes his leave without sparing you another look. Theodora's gaze follows him as he leaves. Then she turns to you. So, Commander Highslanderer, why are you here? I don't know just yet, and I'm hoping you will clarify that. Theodora smiles wryly. Clarity, a luxury that few of us can afford. There's a reason why I did not explain all the details of the question I posed to you earlier. Beyond the borders of the Imperium, seldom is one granted an opportunity to enjoy information in abundance. This, however, is one such opportunity. My name is Theodora von Valancius Massimo Afscaris. I am a rogue trader in the service of the God Emperor of humanity, and my rights and freedoms are vindicated by a most sacred relic, the warrant of trade, kept aboard this very vessel. Mine is the honor to venture into the darkness beyond the Imperium and carry humanity's light where powers wicked and heretical reign and bow death and ruin to us all. It is my decision alone to determine the fate of whatever I find past the bounds of the explored void. Every world I discover, along with all there is to find thereon, resources, people, riches, and mysteries, is mine by right. I command millions of lives, rule over numerous planets, and possess fortunes that no planetary governor or commander could dream of amassing. And you, Commander Highslanderer, are one of those with the von Valancius blood in their veins, and a rightful claim to this inheritance when the hour comes. One of? Does this mean there are other heirs? Naturally. Some have yet to arrive on board, but you have had the pleasure of meeting one of them. Ethelthryed may be somewhat disconcerted by the scale of the responsibilities that may potentially fall upon his shoulders. However, I have a good feeling about him as a candidate. Blood right alone is not enough to earn the high honor of becoming the bearer of a warrant of trade. Nonetheless, your abilities and talents may yet prove useful, if not for the role of Lord Captain, then for that of their closest ally. Theodora sighs and looks away pensively for a brief moment. Alas, even those responsibilities can be at times too challenging for those who share your blood. Conrad Votvier served me for many years before he made his mistake. Theodora fine as hell? What? What? Nice. Good man. Excited to get these guys out of there. Oh, nice. Did you find some time to put some videos out? I think you said you're going to be on vacation soon, right? Excited to be here. Good to see you, Skills. Out of all the Nergalachie shows, I love him. You don't blame your spirit. Slatter's a good dude. That's why I'm here. Hey, appreciate it, Remortis. Is that his love is an abusive parody of the real thing. He spreads disease and then offers release from the pain of plague in return for loyal service. Is that how it works? Yeah, see? This is why I'm staying far, far away from him. Slaanesh is the god of drugs, rock and roll, and eternal wanderlust, which makes the perfect patron for a rogue traitor. See, I knew it. Slaanesh, all the way. All the way. Florian, what's up? Chiming in to say that I'm going to check out the streams VODs again once the game drops and my playthrough's in motion. Got you. Don't want to get spoiled too much, but have fun streaming. Thank you, Florian. Looking forward to connecting with you once you've been able to play some of the game. Yeah, Adric, if you want to see my Imperial run, look at the Let's Play, but this is going to be a Heretic run. Benevolentia for my... Lahel, what's going on? How are you? I mean, Benevolentia for my first run, but I'm torn between doing a Voidborn Officer MT and a Forge World Operative Assassin. Both good choices. Both good choices. Slandering Nurgle. Exactly right. All right, let's see. If you're satisfied with Ethelthred, then what sense is there in having this conversation? Why are you wasting your time on me? Theodora shakes her head. Impatience. I am rather fond of impatient people. They are not as quick to resign themselves to circumstance and more eager to show initiative. Even if I do choose Ethelthred as my successor, I will still require loyal advisors. The skills and knowledge you acquired in your former life may prove invaluable here in the Coronis Expanse. It says in your profile that you bear the brand of sorcery, albeit sanctioned sorcery that is permitted in the service of the Imperium. I am accustomed to the presence of Psykers at my side. More than that, I value their unique abilities highly. Perhaps that is why I am so intrigued by Ethelthrad's candidacy. A rogue traitor Psyker could achieve great things indeed. However, Psykers are fragile creatures, and as such, I would rather have a replacement standing ready in the event that something happens to Ethelthrad. Moreover, Theodora smiles slightly. Your courage has made you far more famous than you yourself probably realize. True feats of heroism will forever live on in the annals of the Imperium and bring honor to the Von Valancius line. Did I hear correctly? The Master of Whispers is related to you? His kinship to me is most distant, as is yours. Nonetheless, he does bear the name Von Valancius, even if he avoids using it publicly, and as such, strictly speaking, can be considered my heir. That door, however, is closed to him. Votvir's performance in his current role is satisfactory, or it used to be, at least. Thank you. She doesn't care. She doesn't consider this a sacred purpose. In fact, she's bored by this entire conversation, and consequently, it's not all too sudden for her, so instead we'll just go to, may I ask my questions now? The vox affixed to Theodora's attire suddenly comes to life, but all you can hear is unintelligible noise. Theodora winces, shuts off the transmission, and gives you an imperious nod. I have some time before the Navigator gives the signal to initiate the void ship's translation out of the warp, and my presence is required on the bridge. Navigator? Translation? What are these things you speak of? Theodora shakes her head. Sometimes I forget that people without direct access to a ship's bridge may not know the first thing about how a void ship travels between the stars. Vessels such as this one are capable of leaving real space and traversing into the warp, an otherworldly dimension of cruel and unthinkable forces. By entering it under the protection of the Geller field, we shorten the route to our destination, crossing distances that will require hundreds of years in a matter of weeks instead, sometimes in days or even hours. That is how humanity spread across the galaxy. That is how we were able to build the Imperium, which spans millions of stars. An incident took place on the officer's deck. Some servitors went berserk and attacked the crew. Is that so? Perhaps the technomatch were careless during maintenance, or it could be the war playing tricks on us in spite of the Geller field. Or perhaps there's something to all the stories about the ship being possessed after all. Theodora laughs nonchalantly. Young Aku, what's going on? How are you? You're supposed to be content. Why play for chaos when you're content? Man, Theodora was fine. Rick, what's going on? Yeah. There, we were already in a fight. Maybe Frank Chaos guys kind of hostile to each other at times, so you not liking Nurgle is actually fitting. But didn't she say a bit earlier that in many years she managed to find only one Psyker to serve her? Andre, she's only found one Psyker, but she keeps that Psyker very close, so she's still used to having a Psyker on hand at all times. And Theodore doesn't believe family is absolute. I like them more. And you too. What would you say to someone that takes it very badly when he sees all on the internet? What do you mean, Lahal? I love having family, but I'm not going to silently accept this at other times that come with family. Yep, I can understand. Family doesn't mean the same thing to everybody, unfortunately. The gray-haired officer gives the rogue trader a look of cautious disapproval. Lady Theodora, for the God Emperor's sake, surely you do not intend to start repeating idle rumors spread about by uneducated riffraff. Enough, Abelard. Such heresy amuses me. Idira eagerly retells me everything she learned from the whispers of her unseen advisors. She turns to you. This ship is thousands of years old. It has enough hidden nooks, malfunctioning cogitators, and unused compartments to make ignorant folk speak of specters dwelling inside the bulkheads and plotting against those who yet live. Where is your ship headed? The Rycat system, the domain of rogue trader Winterscale, one of my peers and rivals. Only 3 rogue traders exist in the Coronis Expanse, and each of them possess resources comparable to mine. Perhaps you will one day assist House von Valancius in surpassing both of them in affluence and splendor. I set the course for Rycat on the domain. Theodora grimaces. She gives you a stern look, then shrugs, for a very specific reason. Perhaps I shall yet apprise you of the purpose for this voyage, but now is not the time. What are my current responsibilities? Observe, learn, absorb. It will take time for you to find your bearings aboard this vessel and in your new position. Eventually, I will find a post that suits you as I did for Edelthrad. Until that time comes, consider yourself my aide. She's not a groveler, so we're not going to do the whole, how can I prove myself a worthy heir? In fact, she's already decided that anything she wants, she's just going to take it by force. No need to beg. I have no more questions. In that case, I shall head to... Theodora's Vox awakens once more. This time you pick up shouting. The Lord Captain freezes, listening to the Vox cast, then nods and draws her weapon. Disturbances reported on the adjacent decks. Seneschal, if the need arises, protect the new blood. She glances at you. It is possible that the chance to prove yourself may present itself sooner than you may have anticipated. 2022 Batman. Oh man, yeah, Ace, I loved it. Absolutely loved it. I cannot wait to corrupt the expand. Yeah, that's my plan as well. Darkhand, what's going on? How are you? Yeah, that's absolutely my plan. I'm going to corrupt as many people as possible.
Your
So I'm not
struggles are
even
in vain.
sure what my final party is going to look like, because I'm not sure how many party members are going to go with all the crazy shenanigans I plan to get into. Ooh, very nice, Abelard. Very nice.
Reduced to dust.
And look at you keeping it going. I might have to get somebody who uses fire weapons in this particular playthrough. They always look so awesome, and I've never done a playthrough with somebody who specialized in them. Oh, wow. I just realized. I'm a psyker this time.
Amidst the carnage,
Almost
I
every time I
find
play this
purpose.
game, I've always been an officer and completely useless in this fight. But now,
Purpose
Mort is
guides
not
me.
the only one doing fire damage. Ooh, but
I will triumph.
my fire damage is leaving a lot to be desired. Why is it? Oh, 0 to 5. I got 1 plus 5 times your psi rating. Yeah. Oh, right. I don't have a psyker rating yet. It's still 0 right now, right?
One step
yeah. Okay.
closer.
It's gonna be a minute. Oh wow. I'm still kind of useless in combat, but it is what it is. So I can enjoy Pathfinder at all because of my ADHD. If the game is a boring and bland font to words and a boring hub for text, I cannot get into it. So Rogue Trader seems better for me as a whole. Nice. Okay. I'm glad it'll be easy for you to get into. Let's see. Competition, bad toxic VL stuff makes me depressed, angry. It goes to my head. YouTube sends you what it knows you will watch. So what I would recommend is, first, I'm pretty sure there's a way to completely clear your YouTube where it'll redecide what it is you're actually into.
Ruin
And you might consider go ahead and doing that. You know, writing down the content creators that you know don't create the kind of content that makes you feel that way, and then just clearing all of your past history so that YouTube completely resets what it believes you want to see. And then you need to be disciplined about not allowing content creators to farm anger from you, right? Like, you keep getting those videos because you keep seeing them and clicking on them. If you decided I'm only going to view things and participate in content that brings me joy, YouTube would present more things to you that give you joy. So are there Xeno crew members in Rogue Trader? There are. You can potentially have 2 of them at most. Most people probably only have 1. Do the companions have 2 different homeworlds? I know that some of my companions have 2 sets of homeworlds, typically Death and Imperial. Have you noticed this too? No, I haven't noticed that. What's a character where you've seen Death and Imperial on them? Madma, what's going on? We doing some heresy? Absolutely. Heretic all the way. Is there energy firearms? Yep. You can have energy firearms. And I bet so you can get very strong when you get your build going. Yep, Ace, it shouldn't be long. Theodora waves her hand in a commanding gesture. Mort, take a team with you and clear a path to the transport line. Do not let a single Whoreson survive. The Rogue Trader turns her eyes to you. Didn't bat an eye when that scum burst onto the deck. Not bad. I have seen many an officer who panicked at the sight of combat on the upper decks. The false sense of security offered by their position makes them that much more vulnerable to the harsh realities of warp travel. She looks at the box in her hand. All you can hear is lifeless static. What is happening? Actually, the incident with the rampage and servitors may be connected to what is transpiring now. Possibly. Quite likely. Theodora winces and flicks the switch on her Vox a few times. We will investigate at a later time. Right now, we need to isolate the affected compartments and try to assess the situation. What is happening? From what we have seen, Commander Highslanderer, I can speculate that we are dealing with some variety of madness induced by warp travel. The Seneschal is astonishingly calm for someone who just survived a sudden attack. Such episodes are not uncommon among voidsmen who would find themselves outside the boundaries of real space, though such episodes seldom spill onto other decks. Theodora clicks her box a few times. The casters are not working, or have been sabotaged. Either the warp is toying with us, or someone went to great lengths to cut the ship's communications. I will need a direct channel to the engine seer prime before I can get a sense of what we are up against. Whatever it may be, keep your weapons at the ready. I imagine it'll be some time before we no longer need them. How could there be armed people in the ranks of the crew who would dare to attack the Lord Captain? The Seneschal gives you a gloomy look. Trust me, Commander Highslanderer, this is hardly surprising for a crew of thousands. The lower decks are a fertile environment for discontent and heresy, no matter how one tries to incinerate any seed before it can take root. All it takes is a hint of warp influence to cloud the minds of normally obedient cattle. Sporadic riots on the lower decks never reach these compartments. Theodora's anger causes the Seneschal to shrink slightly. No, the tumults of the rabble are always contained within their own territory. This is too well organized. It is spreading too rapidly. I hate that they, what are your orders? That's not what she would say. Like, what you want, bitch? Like, why won't they give me a heretic option? All right. What are your orders? She breaks eye contact with you. Mort has gone on ahead to clear a path for us. If you want to make yourself useful, go after him and see if the arch-militant requires aid. And be quick about it. Argenta and Pasqal. That's my whole agenda for tomorrow. To me, for some reason, 7 was today. little bit more, Dark Hand. You're almost there. Fire melee weapon sounds fun. Now I got to be careful what I'm looking at. Good thing this looks like it's early game. I had also planned to make a pyro psych. Yeah, that's why Vex in the thumbnail, in the upper right, it's in small font, but I do include where I am in the game, so that people can easily see whether I'm too far for what they want, for the kind of content they want to view. The massive golden structure never stops moving for a moment. Light bounces off the orbits and figures representing celestial bodies. Just gonna lurk and play some WWZ. Wish me luck with my zombie slaying. Luck, Ace. What type of psyker are you gonna play as? Pyro. Melee with buffs or purely caster? Purely caster. Everybody keeps saying pyro has to be melee, and I don't feel like that's the case. I want to see if I can make a really powerful range version of the pyro psyker and then do a build for it. And are you going to try to corrupt your party members? All of them. Going to try to corrupt every last one. I'm even going to try to, Argenta, the battle sister, going to try to corrupt her as well. I'm going to try to turn as many people as I possibly can to chaos. We'll see how it works. Hey, did you hear that a D&D object created sunbeam firearms? What? What you mean? Yes, Muscarella. Absolutely, Vex. Maybe it's like Snyder together. What are your orders? Oh, you know what?
Intrigue.
Manma, that's a good call out. It doesn't have to be in the tone that I'm thinking of in my head. That's a good call out. Oh, here he goes again, Mr. Death himself. Conrad Vokvir lets out a sigh of relief upon seeing you. Thank Providence you are alive and well. Always on time, eh, Conrad? The moment we finish chasing the riffraff around the deck, you show up. Always just after the fighting's done. You could set your chrono by it. Conrad pointedly looks away from the arch-militant to you. Mort, pull yourself together. The arch-militant looks back at you. What? Did the Lord Captain send you to chivvy us along? We're all done here. I'll report right away. Mort pulls his box from the belt and hurriedly reports on the situation. You going pure caster too? Awesome, Dark Hand. Brace the chaos. You know it, Ghost. Path has potential with the AoE overkill damages. Yeah, I'm going to dig into it more since Idira will be a permanent part of our party. A creator created D&D Sunbeam Firearms. What? That's kind of sick. Oh, wow. No, I hadn't seen that. A battle sister gets corrupted to Slaanesh is a lot of fun. Salute sisters. What? That's a thing? Oh, wow. Master of Whispers, what is happening on my ship? The Voxnet is silent. The Vox Master is not responding. Armed assailants have stormed the officer's deck, and my arch-militant just destroyed several more heretics on the way here. Is this a severe case of warp madness? Have some of my crew lost their minds and forgotten who they are and whom they serve? Report! I have not yet received word from the Enginarium regarding any Gellerfield failures, but communications were already unstable half an hour ago, and now they have ceased altogether. Whatever the cause may be, the consequences are spreading fast. I am receiving scattered reports from the middle decks, and the only Voxcasts from the lower bays are one-way heretical gibberish. Vokvir pauses. That the madmen have already reached the officer's deck suggests that this outrage was planned in advance. Perhaps this is an organized mutiny. Mutiny? But who would attempt a mutiny here, in the warp? Lunatics, fools, heretics. This ship houses thousands upon thousands of people. Pernicious thoughts and warp-induced delusions could have tainted any one of them. It is a difficult notion to accept, but such risks are inescapable. First, we have to confirm that the bridge and the Navigator's sanctum are secure, and I have the means to do both things at once. Her expression changes as her eyes flash ominously. Marksman Pyro definitely works, but it doesn't come online until Psyker rating 3, in my opinion. Melee Pyro comes online earlier, but I think range will scale it for sure. Okay, interesting. Be a telepath. You can kill a yak from 200 miles away with mind bullets. Waterlust, I definitely see the appeal. Your playthroughs will be my view into this game as I picked up Wrath of the Righteous on a recent sale and I can't let myself get distracted. Awesome, awesome. I hope you end up enjoying Wrath of the Righteous, Crusader. Love your ranks and builds for Wrath of the Righteous. Can't wait for more Rogue Trader. Thank you so much. Glad you enjoyed the content. How far did you get in beta? Did you manage to go to your Dynasty main planet? Or is it savage? Shame we can't take his meta. Yep, Madma. I finished all 3 of the first acts in this game. There'll still be new content here because Outcat added some new things and they did some different balancing. So it'll still be fresh. But yeah, I did the first 3 acts. But I stopped there so we can experience the end of the game together. Getting a dual 4-sword wielding Diviner Assassin. Ooh, that could be interesting. I don't know if Outcat put it in Rogue Trader, but it's a thing in the lore. Luga Sones says a battle with safe search off. I'll do that. Thank you. This guy is just so likable and charismatic. Isn't he Wanderlust? A guy you want to catch a beer with. Feel like the sister will be the hardest to corrupt. Probably. Yo, what are people planning on playing? I'm planning on Death World Warrior Archmilitant Dune Guy in 40K. What's going on, Broken Ticks? I'm doing Fortress World Pyro Psyker, starting as Marksman, and then going to end up as, I think I want to do Assassin. Theodora looks at Vokvir. Edelthrad, where is he? I must know if he is unharmed. A Psyker aboard a ship that is potentially being assailed by the warp could pose a greater threat to himself and others than a whole army of madmen with improvised weapons. I tried to locate him, but the last thing known about his movements is that he arrived on transitional deck 18. Blast it! Master of Whispers, find Edelthrad immediately. Seneschal, locate Talas and the Sister of Battle. Both are to remain at my side. Archmilitant, with me. I must go to my study, and it appears that we might encounter heretics along the way. Commander Highslanderer. Theodora glances at you thoughtfully. If I may, Lord Captain. Vokvir's voice is soft and cautious. Transitional Deck 18 is at the heart of the disturbance, and if our goal is to bring Edelthrad back, I could use some support. After all, I am not as adept at directly confronting enemies of the house as the esteemed Archmilitant, and taking into consideration Edelthrad's Psyker powers. Then it's settled. Commander Highslanderer, find Edelthrad and bring him here, in whatever state you find them. This elevator, she points at the massive doors, leads to restricted compartments, such as my personal chambers and the bridge. Do not let me down. I require you both. Do you understand? In whatever state? What does that mean? Conrad coughs. We are in the warp. Considering the attack, there could be a disruption in the Geller field and the infiltration of malevolent forces onto the decks. Psykers can react to such things in most unpredictable ways. Enough! Master of Whispers, you must not allow my heir to turn into a mindless mutant and to perish under enforced fire. Do whatever it takes to bring Edelthrad back to me. I cannot promise that I won't lose our dearest heir somewhere along the way. Theodora shakes her head. Conrad, keep an eye on our spirited guest. You are personally responsible. Mort. Wonder if Space Wolf is corruptible. We're gonna find out in this playthrough. Doing an operative with Grand Strategist. That's a great combination, especially if you go the Voidborn route with Be Smart. I would suggest the Space Marine is hard to corrupt in the system, but then again, he's a Space Marine. Those get corrupted every time to get a small sniff. I wonder if there are mythic classes or advanced classes of Rogue Trader. There are. You choose an initial class, and then there's an advanced class for all of them. And which advanced class you have access to is determined by your initial class. And then there's a final class that all of them get to. I am planning on a Heretic Commissar Death War, one my power armor with a badass corrupted sword. That'll work in here. That'll work in this game. He's such a bro. Bokvir gives you a nod. Are you ready to head to 18? It is a long walk, and you do not even have proper gear. I have a proposition. Since I am the more important person here, you can go in front to shield me from potential threats. He smiles faintly. Certainly, Lady Theodora would be devastated if she were to lose one of her precious heirs. But that is no longer relevant. With a pop and a sharp crackle, something hits you in the abdomen, and you are consumed by unbearable, gut-wrenching pain. I promised you a special destiny, Commander High Slanderer. It is time for you to fulfill it. Uh-oh. What does that mean? Teaming up with Conrad, indeed. I will point out there are a ton of corrupted chapters, but nary any sisterhoods. Is that right, Kira? Whoa, I'm already down. You ain't gotta kick me like that. Come on now.
Careful, careful. Be gentle with our guest.
Thank you.
She has an important mission to complete during our visit to the Warren Chamber, and for that, I need her breathing. Oh, you are back with us, I see. Delightful.
High Slanderer doesn't really feel disrespected by this. In fact, she's amused at having been betrayed, so she's not really upset. What is the meaning of this?
You must have hit your head harder than I thought. No matter. Very little is required of you. Just your blood, which you can either share of your own volition, or I will spill it for you. We are in the anteroom of the Warren Chamber, this void ship's most hallowed vault. There, beyond those gates, lies the relic that gives Theodora all of her power. The sacred Warrant of Trade. Only one obstacle remains on my path to obtaining it. The gates of the chamber are guarded by the Sentinel, an ancient device that will only open the door to a true heir of the dynasty. I expected to do this part myself, but never mind. You will offer your blood to the Sentinel.
My main army in real life is 1,000 suns, so chaos and magic the way I want to go. That's awesome, Beck. All right, I'm kind of torn. I really want to know what happens when you use your psychic powers against Bokvir, but that's not the Heretic option, so we're going to go with the Heretic option, all right? Will you let me join you? We could take the warrant from Theodora together.
I may consider it, once you have done what I need you to do.
I will help you, as long as you spare my life. She doesn't care about helping him at all, because as far as she's concerned, once they have stolen the warrant of trade, she can always just kill him. She doesn't feel threatened at all right now. I will help you as long as you spare my life.
There's a good girl.
Oh, it identifies you as a woman. That's
gates
interesting.
of the Warren Chamber and fulfill your destiny. I had hoped to feed Edelthrad to the machine. He is the one who caught Theodora's eye, after all. But since procuring him has proved difficult, you will have to do.
I agree, Wanderlust. Be cool to be a Void Psyker. Absolutely. In the gateway arch, you see a cogitator with a human likeness built into the front panel. As you approach, the torso twitches slightly. This is a servitor, an obedient automaton created from a lobotomized human being. The Sentinel turns its eye to you. One of its eye sockets lighting up with two ember-like irises. Tech use. Examine the device. You carefully inspect the design of the gate cogitator. What immediately catches your eye is a strange alloy that was used as material for the machine's components, some of which are unfamiliar to you. You suspect this might be some kind of archaeotech relic. The servitor on the gate begins to move. With the screeching and groaning of metal, it leans forward, closer to you. Its lower jaw opens with a drawn-out shriek, much wider than the jaw of a living human could. The servitor's mouth is filled with sharp metallic fangs that glint in the dim light. The vid screen to the right of you lights up, showing strings of mysterious symbols on a green background. Place your hand into the Sentinel's maw. The Sentinel's jaws clamp around your hand, puncturing your skin and sinking into your flesh. A few dark drops fall into the servitor's throat, and immediately you hear humming on the servo motors start up and the pumps stir into motion. The vid screen of the cogitator flickers. Several long minutes pass. The Sentinel's jaws remain closed, and you are beginning to feel sick. Perhaps if you were to lean against the gate, you could catch your breath. Maybe even close your eyes or pretend none of this ever happened.
High levels of caustic humus. The subject is in a state of heightened stress. Do you require assistance?
Keck, is Matt Mercer in this game? Is he voicing Conrad? I fortunately don't remember what he sounds like. Never watched Critical Role. Yeah, I almost never watched Critical Role, so I don't have the same issue. You do not understand where this quiet voice is coming from, crackling like static. Is it the Sentinel? The Cogitator? Is it a figment of your weary mind? Whichever it is, you can clearly hear every word. I suppose this is the onset of the warp madness they warned me about.
Request accepted. Initiating defense protocol.
Nope, I don't like this. We're gonna have to start over. I'm sorry.
Well, there is still another way.
Something I want. I didn't get. Yep, that's him all over the place. Wow, I didn't even realize that was him. I'm sorry, we're gonna have to do that one more time. I thought it would automatically give me the voice, but apparently it doesn't. You have to at least attempt to resist in order to get it. That's a curious reaction. Oh, I'm crazy. Come on. There we go. I was about to say, nah, it decides to take forever.
I tread a path unexplored.
Oh, that's right. It doesn't let me save before. Boom, boom, boom. Give me a minute. Let's get through all this. Muni in whatever state. He's gonna be lost along the way. Betrayal, and I have a proposition. And let's get back into the conversation. So, if you resist, he uses a knife against you that puts a voice inside your head. And that voice wants to do heretical things. And I'm curious what sort of reaction I get from that voice when I actually go along with what it wants me to do. Because, of course, I've always resisted it. So,
Careful, careful. We
that's what
are
I'm
in
doing.
the
So instead, we're going to
of the
say
war
use
in
psychic
Chambers.
powers
This
against
void ship's
Bugbear. Let's see
most
what that
hallowed.
does. You close your eyes and try to focus, and then you feel the touch of something sharp. Bugbear has somehow sensed the shift in the warp and delivered a preemptive strike. The blade flashes in the dim light, and drops of blood appear on your palm. For a brief moment, you feel nauseous. Your head is spinning, and then quiet whispers begin to flood your mind. More and more sourceless voices echo each other, drowning out your own thoughts, replacing them with a singular urge. Go to the gate. Go to the gate. Go to the gate. Fight the voice in your head. Get out. I'm not your puppet. Commander does not enjoy being used or controlled. Then the voices in your head giggle and mock your desperate outcry. You feel this intruding influence forcing you onto your feet and making you take a step toward the gates looming in the center of the chamber. That's interesting because other times I've gotten a willpower check where I could try to resist the gates, but I don't know what triggers that. Because it did seem like it didn't even give me the option. It's incredibly hard to find any list of voice actors for the game. Anyone know of one? Nope. Nope, I haven't seen one yet. But you know what? That's something I could ask Alcat about. We already saw the gateway arch. Yeah, the servitor mount, vid screen. A whisper runs through your consciousness, insisting, demanding sacrifice. The voices that filled your head after Vokvir wounded you with his blade did not go away. On the contrary, their source coiled itself into a tight knot somewhere in the depths of your mind. Place your hand in.
High levels of caustic humus.
Warp madness.
Request.
All right, now we're back to where we were. And then take Claudia Black becomes massive lesbian. I check out a voice about y'all. I was a huge Claudia Black fan. In fact, to my dismay, I had thought at first that the narrator for Baldur's Gate 3 years ago when they first announced the game, she sounded so much like Claudia Black to me that I thought it was her. And I was disappointed to find out, oh, it's not, even though, of course, she did an amazing job. The enormous gates match the importance of the thing they protect. The massive doors are made of heavy metal and look impregnable. Let it be known that by my will and by the true words of this document, I appoint this person to be the bearer of the warrant to trade and bestow upon them and their dynasty the great mission to be the paragon of humanity, unbroken by adversity, to walk bravely first in the darkness, to unite and reclaim what was lost, to triumph over nightmares untold, to hold boldly the reins of fate, to walk steadily in the road of thorns, through pain to greatness.
Escort the child of the house to safety.
BG3, I'm still working through it. It's a great game, Vex. Brian, what's going on? Rogue Trader is fantastic so far. I'm really enjoying it. What madness is happening here? Who are you? Who addresses me?
Temporary obnubilation following acute stress. Mobile unit of the Warren Sentinel standing by.
Are you the Warren Sentinel?
Mobile unit of the Warren Sentinel, designed as a personal escort of the child of the house and a means of communicating with the Rogue Trader's subjects. Mobile unit standing by.
Smokey, you're like the dozenth person who has tried to get me on that Nurgle run. I am Slanesh all day, every day. Thank you so much. But good to see you. Playing multiplayer. Oh, that's awesome. I need a weapon. I am utterly defenseless.
Distance from the current location to the nearest arsenal. Initiating situational calculations.
The servo skull goes silent. Its relays clicking. Second after second passes, and you realize that the servo skull will not answer you. I need to contact someone, preferably Theodora.
Voxcast frequencies disrupted. Initiating setup. Establishing connection.
In place of the mechanical screeching, the servo skull's vox projects the voice of Theodora von Valancius, distorted and ridden with static, yet still recognizable beyond a doubt. Vox Master, restore communication with the Navigator's sanctum. I am trying to contact the bridge. If anyone can hear me on this frequency, regroup all available forces and head to the upper decks at once. I repeat, regroup all available forces and head.
Communication protocols breached. Signal latency assessment unavailable. Unable to establish two-way connection.
You know now, Smokey, absolutely. Slanesh all day for me. For the Prince of Pleasure, for she who thirsts all day. The Lord of Excess. Yes, yes, that speaks to me. Disease? No, y'all can keep the diseases over there. Thank you so much. Just give me the pleasure, the hedonism. Leave me away from here.
Middle and upper decks. Assuming the probability of safe placement in areas of concentration of armed units. Calculating. To prevent unauthorized units from breaching the warrant chamber, preemptive sealing must be initiated. The mobile unit will start executing the received order immediately after the safety of the warrant is secured.
There's no such thing as too much is exactly the way High Slanderer intends to play this game. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Powers unseen uncover my path.
Mm-hmm. Seal the Warren Chamber.
Mistress? What? Whatever are you doing in the Warren Chamber? How did you... Throne preserve me. What is the meaning of this?
How did you find me? Are you with that traitor Vokvir?
Mistress, with all due respect, what nonsense are you saying? Kunrad? A traitor?
For a mere seneschal, you're asking too many questions.
I would be glad to follow formal protocol, Mistress. But I am obliged by the circumstances to view this situation as an extraordinary one. And therefore, one that permits deviations from our accustomed procedures. You're in a bad way. I can treat your wounds. I have a Medicaid kit. And for the love of the throne, now is not a good time to be walking around the decks without means of self-defense. Here.
He hands you a weapon. Brian, I actually didn't take a close look at the patch. I'm going to be busy with Rogue Trader playthroughs anyway, so once I'm finished with my Rogue Trader playthroughs, I'll swing back around and look at Baldur's Gate 3 and see if I'm comfortable doing the evil run. Recent patch made it even more pointless to do an evil run. Oh, really? It made them worse? Gaming is heated, isn't it? It can be, Vex. All right, let's see. Sure, she'll take that. I guess she'll take that. And, whoa, no. I did not want that. Oh, it clicked the header. That's what happened. There we go. And you got what you need. And let's just go ahead and do a save here, just to be sure.
Sometimes you
And
consult
then
the
you
appropriate treaty.
I'll remember this.
That is a noticeable improvement. Now you're prepared for the trials ahead. The lower decks are teeming with heretics instigating the rabble to revolt. But that is the least of our problems. The ship's
You could just
enforcers are
knock Benthara
rounding
out
up the
to get her?
scoundrels and
What?
suppressing the resistance.
That's wild.
The situation on the middle decks is much worse. All those strike teams have already been dispatched there. All communication with the bridge and the engineering bay was lost. So, apart from scattered voxcasts, we have no information to go on. But that is not the worst of it. All these jolts and shaking are most alarming. These are signs that the Navigator and the Master Helmsman are having difficulty translating the ship out of the war and into real space. I fear that they may have already lost control. We must reach the Navigator's sanctum and get a handle on the situation. If we can manage that, some aboard this vessel may yet survive.
Yeah, sounds like whenever I go back to Baldur's Gate 3, I'll probably just do another good aligned run. What exactly has gone wrong with the translation?
I am no helmsman, or God Emperor preserve me, Navigator. However, I've spent my entire life aboard void ships equipped with warp drives, and I know that portents such as these do not bode well. It could be that the Gellerfield has faltered. Perhaps the Navigator was struck down by warp corruption, and is fighting for the last shreds of his humanity as we speak. If we get thrown off course, we will be forever lost in the war. Naturally, we would likely not have long to live in that scenario. But I will not resign myself to such an outcome just yet.
Hey, Wanderlust, who knows? Maybe we can pick him up as a companion later on. How did you find me?
You sent me a Vox message. Specifically, a Voxcast on the officer's frequency, which I had the good fortune to receive. You mean to say you did no such thing?
I think the Warren Sentinel may have sent that message. It appeared when I opened the chamber.
Warren Sentinel? The Lord Captain barely ever ventures down to the chamber, and I was at her side only once or twice when she did. And I did not see anything of the sort. The Warren Chamber is an ancient and rather sacred mechanism that the ship's tech priests treat with the utmost reverence. I assume that whatever it is that you did, you must have activated certain processes and caused the Sentinel to awaken. But then, why did none of it happen when Lady Theodora did the same?
He frowns. What can we expect to find in the Navigator's sanctum?
During warp transit, the sanctum is closed to all who are not involved in traversing the Empyrean. And for good reason. For the Navigator to open their third eye.
I'll
and
see if I
perceive
can
the
find a
way,
miniskirt and
the
change
sanctum
just for you,
must be
Kira.
bathed in the energies of the immaterium.
Loyal Seneschal.
Only a
I'm gonna have
Navigator
one.
can withstand such an
Absolutely.
ordeal. For the rest of us, any contact with the warp is fraught with perils such as loss of sanity, spontaneous mutations, and death.
I'm a big fan of Abelard. I think they did a great job with him. Abelard does not bat an eye as he lists all the horrors that you are about to face. I am under no obligations to take such risk.
I concur that under ordinary circumstances, interrupting the Navigator's solitude would be equivalent to suicide. Right now, however, our sacrifice could prevent the demise of a rogue trader, a void ship of the Imperium, and all her crew, armaments, and equipment. The choice is obvious.
I heard one of Theodora's vodcasts.
Lady Theodora's. Which one? The last one I received was about the Navigator's
Gotta
sanctum,
observe those
and that
manners.
was a good while ago. In any case, let us hope that the Lord Captain is well and safely in charge of the ship's defense. In the meantime, we must do all we can to prevent the ship from veering off course.
Well, since I have no other choice, let us depart. You will go first, Seneschal.
Certainly. This way.
A wave of static suddenly erupts from the servo skull. You can make out Theodora's words through the noise. To arms, loyal sons and daughters of the God Emperor. Fight the heresy and corruption that threatens to consume our home. And with all your might, destroy those that have dared.
The Lord Captain is calling her crew to battle, which means the Vox networks are set up for broadcast transmission, not message exchange. Splendid. While the rogue trader inspires proper resolve to fight in her subjects, you and I shall prove that her trust in us is well deserved. Onward.
Rob, what's going on, man? How are you? Thank you so much for the gift this sub. Kitsune, hey, look, you're a member of you're a member with the channel. Thanks so much. Appreciate the support. Wants you to what? Head into where the Navigator is, which is not a good idea. Rob, thank you for the second gift this sub. Appreciate you so much, dude. Salamanki, you are now a member of the channel. Appreciate you, dude. Should I avoid talking about balls and such from the beta? I personally don't mind spoilers, but not everyone is like that. Let's avoid spoilers for this run. I don't want to turn off anyone who hasn't gotten a chance to play the game yet. Rob, thank you for the third gift this up. Wanderlust, you're a member of the channel. Thank you so much, Rob. You've been a supporter of mine for quite some time, and I really appreciate it, dude. Glad you're still enjoying the channel. You're one of the people, all right?
I will triumph. I need no guidance.
Ooh, and let's try this. Rob, thank you for the fourth gift this up, man. Did you miss me? I know it's been a while since I've been streaming. Kayan, you're now a member of the channel. Thank you so much. Appreciate all the support.
Indeed. One, you are time.
I don't want to have to.
It will be done.
I'm just glad you are streaming again. Thanks, Rob. It's good to be back. It's really good to be back, man. And it's also nice to be the type of content creator where when I need to, I can take some time from myself, and many other people who have supported me will still be there and still come back. You know, I know all content creators don't have that, and so I'm really thankful that I get that kind of support.
Guides me.
It's definitely appreciated. Definitely appreciated. I should be able to hit all three.
I
There
will
we
do
go.
my best.
Oh yeah! Oh yeah! Man, they probably won't let me do that.
At your beck and call.
No, I can.
My resolve is unshaken.
Ooh, he's gonna pay for that. He's really
Ruin
gonna pay for that.
backwards.
Oh yeah, you didn't
Purpose
like that?
guides me.
You're gonna like this even less, son.
I will triumph.
Two, come on.
Indeed.
God, I won't be a Chaos Gremlin spoil stuff. Appreciate it, Mama. James, what's going on? Yes, please. I do a horrible job of reminding people, but if you're enjoying the stream, please, I would really appreciate it if you left a like. Really helps out the channel. Really helps get the channel introduced to more people. Thank you so much. Hope you've been doing all right, James. Feels like using lasgun can be more effective than pyro powers. Could be, but I've used lasgun before. I've never used pyro power, so I wanted to focus on them more, but unfortunately, you might be right. You might be right. All right, he doesn't have any ranged options. Usually he shouldn't need any, but throw it down there just in case. Save. All right, and soldier. What do we want? Oh, I didn't even think about this. So long term, what do we want? You know what? You're responsible for the warp. I think I'm gonna go the lower warp. Well, who's handling demolitions then? Demolitions is the Yrilet. Yrilet long term can handle demolitions probably. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. Something will come up. You obviously are athletic. All right, there we go. I should like an imperialistic. So there's new that's right, you want to see Psyker Pyros, right? So here. Before I go to abilities. So I can only see the Psyker powers for the category that I have unlocked. So I've unlocked Pyromancy. There's also Divination, Biomancy, Telepathy, and Sanctic powers. And so I can take Firestorm, Orchestrate Flames, Molten Beam, but I think you need Psi level 2 for Molten Beam. So it's going to take a while. Same with Inflame. Inflame is going to take a while to get. And then Incinerate, I think you need Psi level 3 in order to get Incinerate. But those are the options that you get as a Pyro Psyker, as far from a powers ability standpoint. All right, now let's see me. Idira.
Embrace true power.
And Pyro powers always hits as well. Yep.
The Navigator second.
Stream says game is out in 13 hours. Was there an early start option or got it early from the devs? I got it early from the devs,
enter the halls of
Razak.
the blinded guide and witness the radiance of the final dawn through the cracks and fall victim to a whim of fate.
Sanctioned Psyker is someone who is strongly religious, and they get a lot of powers about their faith. It's definitely melee oriented, and it's absolutely fantastic. If you're a melee Psyker, it's pretty much a must-have. I still would go Biomancy first, but Sanctioned Psyker is absolutely something you want to add on to it. Brody's side level is a talent you're able to take into the game. There's 4 levels of it, and as you get higher level, you get access to more powers. And a lot of your damaging abilities use your side level to determine how much damage they will do. So you say, yep, it is new. So you say that Pyro is a slow burner? yes, I would, Pops. Sorry, it's Australia Psych, but yep, checked out the telepath abilities and talents. It looks nuts. Yep, that's why I'm looking forward to having Idira in my party. Does it scale with character level? It doesn't scale with character level, but you have to reach a certain character level in order to be able to take the side level talent. So side level 1 isn't available into your level 1. Side level 2, not into your level 20, etc., etc. Sanctioned draws upon the powers of the Emperor. Yes, technically that's true, although I'm not sure if it becomes a problem if you're a heretic while using Sanctioned powers. I'm going to go out on a limb and say no, that it's not.
Mistress, watch your head. Idira, would it be too much to ask that you phrase your soothsayings plainly for once? That...
Sorry, old man. The voices are so loud I can't even hear myself. They shriek, they sing, they... Oh, Abelard, how they sing!
I really like Idira's voice acting, and I think it makes her much more interesting as a character. I agree with some of the surveys that basically said she was boring compared to a lot of your other options, but I think the voice acting really adds to it. Slander, your content thus far was a deciding factor whether I should get this or not, as I'm still new to Warhammer 40K. Thanks, man. Appreciate your work. Thank you, Brian. Really glad you enjoy the content. I hope you end up enjoying the game. I was completely new to Warhammer when I started on this, and I felt like this game has been a fantastic entryway into it. I saw the imperialistic priest class who enforced the Emperor's laws. What do you mean? Yeah, for sure. Pyro Power is all about exploit burning condition. Yep, absolutely. Officer Vanguard, Voidborn Sanctic, proliferating fortune through contagious luck, reward of the Emperor. Oh, that's interesting. I hadn't thought about that before, but yeah, that has promise. Blood for the Emperor, skulls for the Golden Throne. Could easily be changed to blood for the Blood God and skulls for the Skull Throne. Skulls for the Skull Throne sounds good to me.
This is Idira Tlas, personal psyker and diviner of Her Ladyship Theodora
Four-armed Emperor.
I'm not drunk, old man. I'm suffering the effects of the warp that is seeping through these walls. I see the ship's fate. To die in the waves of the immaterium, fall under the burning rays of the final dawn. And in the roaring blaze, I see a figure standing. Who is it? I have no answer.
Psycho! How is Sanctic under demonology? The entity in your consciousness shrinks and crawls in deeper, its claws scraping against the walls of your mind, as if the presence is trying to hide from the seer standing before you. A diviner, are you?
The voices from beyond the threshold whisper to me. Sometimes their murmurs are clear, they grant insight. Sometimes they drive me mad. But I am patient. I know how to listen and discern. But now, with this clamor around me, too many voices, too loud. And you, Von Valancius, are a sorcerer too. Just like the other one. Lady Theodora must have grown so fond of psykers she wants one to replace her.
You hear a few clicks from the relays on the servo skull, which has followed you all the way here. And Theodora's scrambled words give way to a voice vaguely familiar to you. Officer's frequency. To all who can hear me, those with a weapon in their hand are to gather on the officer's deck at once. I repeat, gather on the officer's deck at once and prepare to launch a counterattack.
That settles that. Oh, Emperor's Providence. The other heir lives as well. Quickly, we must head to...
Both of them are channeling raw power of the warp and manipulate the veil. Got you.
Not so fast, old man. If we drown in the warp, Lady Theodora's heirs won't be any good to us. If Edelstrad's like me and hasn't yet surrendered his mind or body to the mercy of the warp, then he can still hold on a little longer without us.
The conversation did happen in the beta, Dark Hand, but they expanded it for the full version. And definitely there was no psyker thing. Yeah, the psyker thing. Yeah, that exchange didn't happen in the beta. That's true.
Blast it. You're right. First, we need to deal with what is happening here.
Oh, and so that is a good note. I released some content talking about content creators had received a version of the beta like a few weeks back that had all the acts, and no, it only had up to Act 3, but it was supposed to be very close to what you all were going to receive. This version that I'm actually playing on right now is the version that's going to come out tomorrow. So it has all the bells and whistles, all the additional voice acting, all the patches that are supposed to be in. So if you see any bugs, those bugs will be there tomorrow. And so I'm not going to submit bugs every time I see one, but if I feel like there's like an especially egregious one that Alcab may not be aware of, then I'll definitely go ahead and submit it. How do you know who I am?
What? You think Lady Theodora didn't ask me to peek into the darkness behind the backs of those she sees as her prospective heirs? I past and the wounds of your heart.
The seer's words bring back a wave of memories of the bitter, humiliating moments of your greatest shame. Something sour rushes to your tongue, and your head is clouded with a sickening sense of your own worthlessness. What are you doing here?
The whispers called me. The ones I could make out among all the screams and screeches. Those who are rocking this boat hit us where it hurt. They went after the Navigator, our guide through the warp. Other whispers called me to the enginarium, but it was too late. I heard the cry of our master Cog, and the silence that followed.
What? You don't mean the engine Seer Prime is...
Done for.
Said, without a doubt. And the voices wail, heralding countless nightmares, cackling at each soul among the hundreds that are now joining the warp. The shriek from the Navigator's sanctum was louder than the rest. And it's better that we saved the Navigator than some lever puller from a cooling module or a cook from the middle decks.
We must see if the Navigator is well.
Oh no. No. Nothing is well about him. Can't you feel the chill crawling on your skin? The eyes watching you? The warp ice has already encased the bulkheads. What follows is calamity.
Yeah, her voice is fantastic. Wanderlust is absolutely possible for Jay to be a functional DPS. In fact, I haven't done a build yet for it, so this could be incorrect, but just looking at her talents, I would say she does dual wielding better than your character is capable of. She gets a unique dual wielding talent, and she comes with a dual wielding talent. So, and she comes with dual Xenos pistols, so it's pretty clear that's the route you're supposed to take her down. Absolutely, you could focus on that if you wanted to. What darkest hour and greatest triumph for this heretic? Is that blip you saw is the same no matter what character you choose, but the darkest hour, some part of the warp temporarily took hold of me, and then for my greatest triumph, I defeated a cult of the archenemy. Like I faced the archenemy and wiped the floor with them.
But we're not just going to stand here and take it, are we? The state of things in here suggests there's a Navigator around. Maybe one who's crippled or at death's door, but still kicking. And since our skin hasn't peeled off our faces just yet, his third eye must be closed. At worst, it's a little roughed up. So what are we moping around for? Let's go protect that noble mutant while we're still alive.
Yeah, Remortis, I agree. It would kind of be nice if Jay was a marksman, but Wanderlust, if you take her from officer into master tactician can take the momentum that you generate and turn it into damage, and that's going to make her much more viable from a damage perspective. So honestly, I feel like that build I came out with earlier for Lord Highlander, the officer master tactician, you could take a lot of that and just give it to Jay, and she'll function in a very similar manner. And just make sure when you get to master tactician, focus more on damage than on buffing, since that's what you would prefer for her to do. Yes, Anon, the game has co-op. It's got 6-player co-op. So 5 other players can come in and play as the party members in my squad. And that is what I plan for us to do. Piece of pipe left a noticeable dent in the floor. So not today, obviously, because you all don't have the game yet. But as soon as when the game is out tomorrow, I'll have a channel open in the Discord, and anybody who wants to jump in will be welcome to do so. So if you haven't already and you want to join up, make sure that you hit the Discord link in the description, and tomorrow you can be a part of the madness. I can fix her. You know it. Unfortunately, Idira isn't a romance option, but I really do feel like she should be. Hurry, destroy this field. Don't keep our master waiting. All right. Love having Idira on the squad. In my opinion, she gives her with one of these staffs, provides the best way into open combat. And bam! Look at that. Before anything has occurred. Who's this? That guy. All right, I'll put you here, and then you. Oh, you're not close enough to cover. That's fine. You come all the way out here, and let's do this. Oh snap! I don't appreciate that at all.
I'm not so
That's
sure.
all right. Y'all ain't gonna appreciate this. So there you go. There you go. Look at you. Look at you. It's all right. We're in the Navigator sanctum. And give you a little bit of that. Starting an officer with no abilities or talents to actually focus on damage output, so I wasn't sure if she could bounce back from the handicap. Yeah, self-up with Inspire. Yeah, so I would say for the first 15 levels, no, she's not going to be this DPS monster. But once she becomes Master Tactician, pretty much immediately once she becomes Master Tactician, her ability to damage enemies will be increased significantly. Now the problem is her ability to hit enemies is probably not going to be all that impressive. So you're going to have debuffing capabilities, but it's just nice having someone focused on debuffing in general. So it's not like that's some huge sacrifice, but you'll need someone with debuffing capabilities to help ensure that her attacks will actually connect, but it's absolutely doable. Absolutely doable. There we go. I don't care that something else could do more damage. We're going to stick with this. We're going to stick with the purpose. At least until we get to a boss that forces us to do things a different way. There we go. Can you show Diviner and Telepath powers through Idira now, please? Sure. I can show you all some of those. My friend, I have to go, but I look forward to your next stream. Maybe soon we can group together. Absolutely, Keck. Always good to see you. I need the game then. I'll not be able to have a character then. Yep, you do have to have the game in order to join co-op, Kusune. Got it. Have Pasqal babysit for. Yep, absolutely. That will help. The creature in the chair appears as if it has become one with its throne. You see pink, parchment-like skin stretched between the seat and the limbs that have too many joints for a normal human being. The Navigator is breathing heavily, the air whistling as it exits through the two dark gill-like slits on its cheeks. The creature's eyes are shut, the two ordinary eyes as well as the third one that sits in the center of its forehead. I believe Master Vespiatus still lives. Abelard flinches at the sight of the stretched skin and the dark marks on the face of the creature. The servants are dead, but the chamber, thank the Emperor, is still sealed from the war. Well, we have a chance of leaving this place alive. Give Abelard a pointed look. Actually address the Navigator. Hey, are you alive? The Navigator stirs, barely able to lift his head and half open his normal eyes. A dark drop rolls from under the closed lid of the third eye and down his face, leaving behind a black trail. Your time is short. The voice is coming from the box grill at the base of the bizarre chair. It is unclear how the Navigator is able to produce human speech. Our time is short to do what? Suddenly, the Navigator's body starts thrashing in place, lurches forward, then falls back into the seat, then thrusts forward again as its bones crack and its skin tears open. However, the fusion between the body and the chair appears to be stronger than these wild impetuses. The mutant remains seated, but leans as far forward as he can, his layered raiment slowly turning crimson. The gill slits burst open, forming two hideous, screaming, mouth-like pits. Fall to your knees, mortals, and behold the final dawn. Idira shrieks in terror. It came from beyond. His body is not his. Idira's scream is echoed by the silent cries in your head. The unseen creature triumphs at the sight of the Navigator succumbing to the paroxysms of corruption. It marched thunders under the burden of hopes. Unseal your hearts, and I will flood your souls with myriads of words and meanings, each one a portent of salvation within me. The Navigator continues to convulse violently in his seat, shrieking and cackling, but then his fit stops. abruptly. His face is drenched in black and crimson. The dark ooze from under his third eyelid has turned from a trickle into a stream mixed with the blood coming out of his nose, and there's purplish swelling around the eye. Run. Flee from this place while I still have the strength. The words come out of the box as a labored rattle. I can contain the intrusion. Enough. We must begin the translation. Leave the war. But it can't be done without the Master Helmsman's help. Who torments you? The edge. The Navigator starts thrashing about once more, his gill mouths bursting with crazed laughter. Kneel before the ascent of a new champion. When the rite is complete, this shell will burst, and thousands of maws will accept the sacrifice offered to the edge of daybreak by the bringer of twilight, the one marked by the will of the gods. Each word rings through your head like the tolling of a bell, as if countless voices have joined in, screaming into your ears. For a moment, you lose your bearings. This unholy chorus must be trying to confound you with sounds not meant for this world. Address your companions. What is that supposed to mean? Right. Sacrifice offered. Oh, Mark tells me that Conrad was not deterred by his defeat in the Warren Chamber. What? Conrad betrayed Lady Theodora? Idira clutches her head. But how was that? How? He was as loyal as a dog. And I didn't hear a thing, I swear. The Navigator, or rather the thing that is so determined to seize his body, erupts into mocking laughter. The footfalls of the bringer of twilight are veiled by the will of his masters. Tear out your eyes, she who is to become the champion servant, for you need them no longer. Address Abelard. The Navigator is still alive, but barely so. What do we do now? The Seneschal gazes at the figure in the chair. The ship can only begin the translation with the assistance of the Master Helmsman, if he is still alive. It is worth a try. We must get to the bridge, but we will need support. Our only option is to fight our way to the officer's deck and join forces with Etheldrad and his people. I believe we will also find Lady Theodora there. She must have heard the call to arms that the servo skull relayed to us earlier. Idira reaches her hand out toward the Navigator, but pulls it back at the last moment. Vespiatus, good luck, and thank you. The Navigator does not give her a response. Black tears mixed with blood are streaming from under the closed eyelids, and the box at the base of the chair is bellowing out static interspersed with distant echoes of otherworldly laughter. Brutal! Conte, what's going on? How are you? Yeah, this is some Zentech shit. Dogs lord whoever gives them treats. Clearly Chaos has some beef jerky. That's what it appears like. See, I don't know anything about Zentech, so looking forward to learning about it in this game. The Navigator appears dead. Only the slight movement of his chest and the twitching of his eyelids let you know that he is still clinging to life. Come on. Ooh, take these, but... Oh, no, that can go back, but this I'm gonna keep.
Let's seize the opportunity.
The Navigator's sanctum is the private haven of the ship's guide through the warp, and a death trap for anyone left inside after translation to the Immaterium.
I tread a path unexplored.
Oop, almost left you. Bad. Yeah, because none of the rest of them.
Intriguing.
Most of us, we don't use guns at all, so we don't need that. Here and all right, we've done all we can for the Navigator. I'm doing just great now. I've been waiting for this game. Me too. Really, really excited that it's finally out. Really excited for tomorrow when it's in everybody's hands and we can start playing together. Should be cool stuff. Uh-oh, more trouble. Ooh, shot him in the back. That can't have been necessary. You could have let that man go.
Ship's as good as ours. It's all over for you.
Ooh, that looked painful.
I shall pity not your enemies. I shall heed not their pleas.
Somebody shoot these.
Shall betray not your tenets, nor stray one step further. Turn not your gaze from me. Leave me not without your grace.
I told you he would protect us.
My God, my light, my emperor.
She is not going to last in our party, but I will try to convert her to chaos. She just needs someone who can make her understand why chaos is really the way that you want to go. The white-haired warrior turns to face you, her dark eyes blazing. The weapon quivers in her hand, and for a brief moment, it seems she is not going to stop and will instead continue eliminating every target she sees, starting with you. Whoa, Content! Thank you so much for joining and becoming a member. Glad you've been enjoying the content, and I hope you enjoy this game once it comes out tomorrow. Syntax's main emotion is hope and wish to change, which makes him sort of the chaos god. Really? And he's generally associated with a lot of mindfuckery, fate, chances, and birds. Wow, that's interesting. Okay. So the Navigator is an amalgamation of technology and divinatory psyker powers, kind of. So the next main emotion, it seeks perfection and self-development. Doesn't mean a lot when you see how it when you see how it is. Interesting. Okay, that's super cool.
Sister Argenta. Sister Argenta, it is a relief to see you. We require all the forces we can muster.
Well, somebody's happy.
Your face, it is unfamiliar. Who are you?
And just who are you to be so brazen about your inquiries?
First time I've seen anybody on this ship talk to the little sister like that.
I can already tell me and Idira are going to get along swimmingly.
Allow me, Sister Argenta, sacred warrior of the Adeptus Sororitas. Sister, this is Mistress Finalizing, a member of the Rogue Traders House.
The hour is dark and daunting. The ship abounds with corruption. The faces of friends who are twisted by smears of heresy. The eyes of comrades ignite with the archenemy's hunger. I will do what I must to halt the advance of the Dark Forces. But in these dire moments, little can be trusted. So I must know, why are you here?
To advance the Dark Forces.
Sister, I beg of you. Now is not the time for interrogations. The ship is under attack by heretics. We've been betrayed by our esteemed Master of Whispers. Edelstrad the heir is waiting for our aid, and Lord Captain Theodora is expecting a report on our success. We are here to deal with the situation, so I suggest we all do just that.
Do not even think to insinuate that I am one of the traitors. I would not let such an affront slide.
That answer does you credit. Only the truly righteous would be so provoked by the accusation of heresy.
If you say so. Argenta nods.
I cannot wait to rain righteous fire down upon each and every heretic.
Oh, we know Lore Imperium? Oh, yuck. We shouldn't be passing those checks. What is a warrior of the Adeptus Sororitas doing on board a rogue trader ship? Your orders serve the Ecclesiarchy, do they not?
Sister Argenta is a guest of the Lord Captain. And that story deserves its own time and conversation. Under more appropriate circumstances.
The other 3 wannabes all depend on some kind of order. What? What do you mean? What order does Slaanesh depend on?
Enough idle chatter. I am where I must be, and that will suffice.
Who are these people with you?
Overseer of Middle Deck AL-84, my lady. We were rounding up everyone we could find in the attack compartments, but we ran into an ambush. Just about every enforcer fell. These are the survivors.
He did not have voice acting the last time I played this. That's super cool. Okay. What is happening on the officer's deck?
Massacre, my lady. And heretics are not just killing the crew. Some kind of blight is sweeping through the decks, filling the air. I saw people going mad the moment they breathed it in, screaming about their dead comrades, tearing out their eyes.
You get it, Wanderlust.
My lady, be on your guard.
Exactly, because you know, a heretic with imperialistic knowledge, we should be failing these checks left and right. Somebody else must have passed it, though. All right, we must get to the main hall of the deck.
Through this door. I shall join you, for it is my duty to the God Emperor to destroy this heresy.
Yeah, I'm surprised too, Pops.
We will follow. For now, we will hold off any heretics who might try to crawl in through the cracks to join the main assault. And we'll take a look at the generators while we're at it. Those villains made a mess of the cables. Oh, I wish we had a Tectomat with us. But we'll see what we can do without one.
Good to hear it. Sister?
Ready. May Terra's light illuminate our path through fire and darkness.
On order. Only blood for the blood god, skulls for the skull. So, is there like a hierarchy of the Chaos Gods? Are some of them considered to be like clearly more powerful than some of the other ones? What, like, where does Nurgle rank in the chain? The generators hum softly when you draw closer. Your skin begins to tingle from static discharges.
The world will bow.
The explosion blasted a hole through the door large enough for a person to get through. Well-maintained las gun. Yeah, I guess that's probably better than what I currently have. Okay. Whoops, I didn't mean to do that. God dog it. Pretty sure there was something back there I could have picked up. Yep, there sure was. And you know what? It's going to bother me not knowing what that is, so we got to restart. On main emotion, an original one was courage and honor in combat. Actually, Slaanesh is also needed kind of order, but Intech needs it even more. Intech's main strategy is about breaking status quo. So they need status quo to break. Slaanesh sort of needs boundaries to be broken. Interesting. Makes sense. Gods are pretty much asked this question. Who's the most powerful?
Embrace true power.
Themselves for AIs. Interesting. So it's not really answered by the game. The door will not move an inch. It is blocked. Save here. And we got some items, right? What does this do? This is lightning arc. That's going to be my main weapon, and then we can have the gun as my backup, and we could just add this to cargo. We'll never use it, never use it, never use it. There we go. Let's go. Let's go. Scorn favors straight up battles the most. He is most frequently the strongest. No, seems like that would make him susceptible to someone who doesn't need to do straight up battles and has no problems using trickery and deceit in their conflicts.
The whispers are getting louder.
There we go. Ooh, look at y'all. What order is this going in? So Idira isn't going to be around for quite some time. Interesting. So I guess. Back here, and then you can go here, and then you can come out here, and then you can be over here, and let's get it popping. One thing about Sinestra is they are the youngest, and it's often prophesied they will eventually rise to the top and then stay there forever.
Victory is
some of the competition finds that prophecy rather disconcerting. He doesn't have Idira yet. Come on, man, what are you doing? Let's speed this up, shall we? All right, you.
Purpose guides me.
Kill something. Oh, come on now, come on now.
I will triumph. Death shall reign.
Death shall reign. How? 23%. I'm not the biggest fan of that. What does this do? 46%? Yeah. Ooh, love that. Just uh-oh. Reinforcements. Chaos and order are polar opposites, but they can't live without each other. All the chaos gods can twist good things. Nurgle can be found in doctors, helping alleviate suffering and understand the cycle. Really? Oh, that's interesting. It's the end. What's going on? How are you?
I'll do it.
28%, 43%. Yeah, it's not gonna get.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
Still missed. It is what it is. Come on down. Come on down. Come on down. Come on down. Ooh, I don't appreciate that. I don't appreciate that either. Idira. Can you reach them? Oh yeah, you sure can.
Was it you?
Yep. Give y'all all something to nibble on.
Will do.
Come on.
What is the ring?
Abelard is getting kind of hit up in this go round. Yeah, let's make things a little bit more clear. All right.
Ruin
let's go ahead and get you out the way. Delicious. I guess. 35. That's the
Doubt
best
is
we
for
can
the
do.
weak.
Fine.
Strike is a prey.
I'll take it. You know what? This won't do anything, but just because.
Cover me.
Let's see if we come all the way over there. Hey, look at that. Hey, look at that. Hey, look at that. I like that. There we go. And it's a wrap for y'all. Let's see here. So we mentioned skulls for the Golden Throne, which is a popular idea. Good to see Slander playing Battletech while I watch away with everyone. Nice. How are you enjoying Battletech? Y'all and your blood and thrones. There are also other warp entities that are gods. Pantheon Aldari, the beliefs of the Tide, the Emperor. And there's a greater daemon making a play for Godhead right now in the Arcs of Omen storyline. Interesting. Interesting. The Emperor is warming a nice golden sea for 10,000 years. Yep. The Emperor's life, you heretic. What's up, Rory? Here, Kasune. Here, 1 second. That's our cargo. The Imperium. I know there's an entry somewhere on Duke. Oh, here we go. The Emperor of Mankind, the guide, the ruler, and the high power to which humanity offers their prayers for aid and deliverance. Most would be driven mad with despair if they knew the truth. The divine presence who sits on the golden throne of terror in the heart of the Imperium, towering over his willing servants as their rightful master. He is depicted and worshipped in myriad forms by souls beyond counting. Through his Imperium, humankind is united and remains one of the most powerful, intelligent species in the galaxy. There are some who believe that he's essentially just a corpse that they've propped up on a throne, while other people are using him to exact power over the rest of humankind. An exact replica of the Von Valancia's void ship sits on the pedestal. Labels indicate the main compartments and decks of the vessel, which is why oftentimes heretics, they'll call you, they'll refer to imperialists as corpse lovers or something along that sort, to basically make it clear you're not even following a real person.
Do you see that?
The world trembles beneath my
death
feet.
to all followers of the corpse god or something like that. Your character saw the Emperor.
Triumphant as always. Powers unseen.
Oh, that's
uncover
right,
my
because I'm a
path.
Sanctioned Psyker, right? That's part of how Sanctioned Psykers are created. In this chest, we've got these gloves, give you a +3 bonus to tech use. And the rest of this is just cargo.
Let's seize the opportunity. A bitter
Compared to
taste
naval
of
service,
defeat.
that was barely a challenge.
And 75%.
I shall not be deterred.
Whoa.
Ruinous favor prevails. The world will bow.
Gods of the Immaterium can be deposed, created, and replaced through both the beliefs of mortals and the great game. He's real enough to base all of warp travel. This is true. This is true, Rory. This is
Stings. Predictable. Embrace true power.
Predictable.
Perfection.
Regular shotgun. We don't need that. Range isn't long enough. Excellent. Some more med kits. Can't ever be unhappy about that. All right.
I tread a path unexplored.
That's just more cargo. Cargo. Anything over here on this? I can't remember if I went all the way to the corner. Ooh, what's this? Titles and authors are printed in gold on the spines of the books. The library contains works on Imperium theology, law codices, biographical sketches, and chronicles of the greatest military conflicts of the Coronis Expanse and the Calixtus sector.
Intriguing.
What is this? The cozy seating area is completely destroyed. Pieces of furniture and splinters are scattered everywhere. Dark stains cover the floor and the upholstery. There we go. And here we are. Okay. Maybe from Adventure's Creed. Take everything that's bolted down. If you can pry it up with a crowbar, it's bolted down. What's going on, Dark Crusader? Oh, you're doing the tavern defense on a harder difficulty, I assume. Yeah, that one's rough. And everyone was brought onto Terra and led to the Emperor's chamber. The exact procedures differ in lore. Game-wise, they use Sanction on Terra approach. I'm actually hoping we go to Holy Terra in this game, although Alcat has said most likely not. We'll see what happens in Act 5, but I just think it'd be really cool for my Imperium run if I get to end by actually going, you know, to where the seat of the Emperor actually is, even if you don't actually see him. But I just feel like that'd be such a cool way to end everything. The benches and even the cogitator, torn from its proper place, are stacked in a rough semblance of a barricade.
Powers unseen uncover my path.
Cargo. A fallen steel has blocked the path to the lifts. You have to look for another way to Edelgrad. Ooh, only 45. Oh, wait. What am I thinking? Yeah, here, let's do a full save. All right, what's the deal? Oh, this is all automatic. Just picking up our extra ability. There we go, and then tech use 30. Yeah, you probably, whoa. 3. I thought it was, oh yeah, it is only 3. All right. And then a couple of med kits. She can use them, so she might as well have 2. And he can have 2. Excellent. Okay. It's not a god because it's not dead, but there's a plus. There's places where there's no warp. The story only sisters of battle can use their psi powers face inside the zone.
Triumphant as always.
Finalizing is considered by many to be an unofficial prequel to the golden age of man, according to history. The way that ship acts goes without a gallop through the warp. Sorry, we're gonna ask for it, dear. Oh, I'm sorry. You're not being annoying. It's all good. I don't mind. You want to see Idira's power. So we already have foreboding, which is going to give all the allies additional dodge, and their dodge chance go beyond a certain level. Perfect timing: when an ally under this effect dodges or parries an attack, if this ally has a weapon capable of reaching the attacker, an attack that costs 1 or less AP, then they'll immediately counterattack. Very nice. Prescience allows you to gain additional intelligence, perception, fellowship, and willpower until the end of combat. Prophetic intervention: whenever an ally suffers damage that would make them fall unconscious, the Psyker immediately gains an extra turn. Very nice. Precognition, which was not available. I did a video going over all of the different Psyker categories and the powers added to them. But this one was not in the game yet at the time that I did that. So once per round, the Psyker's next turn is moved up by 2 turns in the round initiative sequence. And this ability may allow you to have 2 turns in 1 round. Dominate forces enemy past a willpower resistance test, or they're going to move as close as possible to you. Psychic Assault: everyone within a 7-cell radius and a cone in front of you suffers Psychic Shriek, which you've seen me use a couple of times. So very, very damaging ability. Sensory Deprivation: if they fail a willpower resistance test, they'll become blinded and suffer a characteristic penalty. Mind Bond: the target of Mind Bond makes a test using either their stats or your stats, whichever one is higher. Mind Rupture forces the target to make a willpower resistance test. If that test fails, the target immediately attacks its allies, and after the target suffers damage from Psychic Shriek once again, and their willpower is reduced. Very nice stuff. And then there's the divination category. So yep, that's the list. Isn't an event around the homestead or
I tread a path unexplored.
Ooh, this is a helmet that grants an additional 5% armor. Definitely give that to Abelard. It even matches the armor he has.
Intriguing.
Ooh, ooh, ooh.
The world will bow.
I have never done this before, so this should be interesting. I can't see a thing. The roar of the flames rings in your ears, and the choking smoke makes you cough and gasp for air. You instinctively recoil from the scorching heat, wiping your face. A moment later, a hazy silhouette forms in the raging wall of fire. You are surrounded by ear-splitting noise and screaming, yet you distinctly hear the sound of footsteps. And then you see the figure walk out of the fire toward you. It is Theodora von Valancius. Her expression is calm, terrifyingly so for someone whose body is engulfed in an inferno. One of her hands is resting on the hilt of her power sword. The other is raised in an inviting gesture. Are you lost, my heir? Argenta goes as still as a statue, then slowly raises her weapon. An apparition! A sorceress apparition! Trickery of the warp! Sister, you will lower your weapon. Despite his commanding tone, Abelard does not sound too confident. He is staring at the rogue traitor, and you notice a muscle in his cheek twitching. Threatening the Lord Captain is outrageous. How did you get here? I am a rogue traitor, Commander Highslander. I am wherever my will demands me to be. Would you prefer to be elsewhere at this time? Indubitably. But are you ready? Theodora watches you without blinking. Her snake-like gaze almost makes you forget about the fire searing you, leaving burns on your skin. I can lead you out of these flames, Commander Highlander. Show you a path, rid you of pain, and give you a weapon so that you may defeat your enemies. Decide. Your mouth begins to salivate. Each word Theodora speaks is like music to your ears. The entity that now dwells in the deepest recesses of your mind is pleading, begging, demanding that you give her an immediate answer, and that answer can be nothing other than acceptance. Do not listen to this abomination, Commander Highlander. If there is naught but his light in your heart, if you are resolute in your faith, then step into the flames. The Emperor protects. His faithful will not be deterred by either darkness or deceitful promises, nor will the fire burn those who carry the torch of faith in their soul. To the void with you. We need to follow Lady Theodora before we suffocate in this furnace. The people. Abelard looks back at the coughing and confused people around you. Commander Highlander, the survivors from the middle decks, we must help the crew. Lead them out. Find a way around. Over the roaring flames, you hear distant sounds, frightened voices, screams, muffled and distorted, as if there were a body of water between you and them. Then we'll miss our chance to meet up with... Idira breaks off and starts coughing violently. Her knees buckle, and she looks like she is about to fall. Commander Highlander, what are we waiting for? Heretical. Accept the offer of help. Take my pain away and give me power. You offer Theodora your hand, and the air around you seems to tighten, becoming thick, viscous, enveloping you and your companions in an impenetrable veil. Theodora smiles at you. Her radiant, piercing blue eyes suddenly remind you of Vakvius. I will show you the way. Go on. Close your eyes. Whoa. A loading screen. That's interesting. Okay. Yep, no problem, Andre. We can totally trust the order not to lead us astray here. Absolutely. To have your whole squad be guardsmen in this game? Mercenaries, you mean? Yeah, you could have them all mercenaries. Make custom party members, just make them all officers and marksmen. Exactly. And then play on the hardest difficulty and keep dying just like in the lower. What's going on, Gwen? Hope you have a great time on Rogue Trader. I'm already having a fantastic time. Thank you. Shake my hand, Highlander. Shake poor citizen. So what's about to happen? What the hell? It transferred me to a completely different place. That's interesting. Okay.
What? What is this place?
I don't know, Abelard. Maybe some kind of secret passage. And what are those crates?
Numerous valuables and trophies are carelessly dumped into a single pile. It seems whoever put them here did not give these items any serious thought. Okay. Xenos cargo. Ooh. Corrupted Inferno pistol.
Quick, here's
And you gotta be a heretical adherent to use it. Ooh, there's a door there.
Embrace true power.
So I cannot use that yet, right? Yeah, no, I can't. Oh, but it's way better than what I have. I have to keep that in mind.
Let's seize the opportunity.
This is the bedroom. Wow. That's interesting. Uh-oh. He doesn't look like he's getting up. Princess and the Frog reference, I see. Nice. Really? Heretic path, let's go. Absolutely. Exciting stuff. Oh, wow. And there's this whole white glimmer around it, too. What is that? Theodora von Valancius' body is sprawled on the large, blood-drenched desk. The arch-militant's corpse, still clutching a weapon, is slumped against one of the bulkheads.
Emperor, accept thy faithful souls.
No! Lord Captain, I didn't hear a thing. Not a whisper, not a breath. It was so loud. Why didn't I foresee this?
Lord Captain, who would even dare? Unless that rat, Voidsphere.
I'll definitely be equipping the fire engine pistol when I can. It does smell like heresy. Sure seems like it, Rory. I doubt it. Vogvir wished humiliation and suffering upon Theodora, not a swift death.
It could have happened in the heat of battle. Not to mention that Mort was here, and he would have protected Lady Theodora to the last. How could Mort have failed her so terribly? The Arch-Militant was born on a death world. He had lightning-fast reflexes.
I mentioned this in the Let's Play. Mort slumped over there dead. Like, clearly he gave his life to try to defend her. What more can he possibly do? Why you gotta throw the man's reputation under the bus? Why he's clearly dead.
I can look at things in my own way. If you find something that might bear the imprint of the killer, just give it to me, and I'll try to see what secrets it holds.
I'm in Theodora's body. You lean closer to the body. The cause of death is apparent. What ended the rogue trader's life was an auto pistol shot, an extraordinarily accurate one at that. Theodora's face bears an expression of surprise, the last emotion she experienced in life. Something on the floor catches your eye, a heap of blood-spattered parchments and scrolls that must have fallen off the desk. As you lean down for a closer look, you notice something else, small shards of glass scattered on the floor. Idira, would you try touching Theodora? You may be able to see the killer through her eyes.
It doesn't work like that. I can try to read the memories of objects, but dead bodies are a different story.
Imperial
like
morality at work, I agree.
Soul. And after what we saw on the officer's deck, I won't risk searching for it in a warp.
Agreed, Andre. I actually don't know who's responsible for her death, so maybe that's something we'll find out in Act 4. Really looking forward to seeing how this mystery plays out. Inspect the shards by the desk. It is difficult to say what exactly was broken. The object fell on the floor, and that is as much as you can ascertain. Upon closer examination, the shards appear iridescent rather than completely transparent, as if they had been submerged in promethium. Idira, what do these shards tell you?
I see streaks of color, luminescence, blue lights, faces drawing closer. Lady Theodora and Conrad and what is that? Ah! Something dark, enormous. Oh, this glass thing was something foul, that's for sure. Tainted witchcraft.
You cannot tell if Argenta's remark is directed at the glass shards or Idira herself. Inspect the papers. Reports, accounts, dispatches. You go over the scrolls until you stumble upon a document that is starkly different from the rest. It is a handwritten letter signed with the initials XC. and a seal with a symbol that is vaguely familiar to you. It used to let you open it up and see the letter. That's weird. And sends a shiver down your spine. The author of this letter, addressed to Theodora von Valancius, signed it with the seal of one of the holy orders of the Emperor's Inquisition, the secret police of the Imperium that relentlessly hunt heretics, xenos, and other enemies of humanity. Examine the arch-militant's body. Job as a bodyguard? I guess. I gave my life for it. What more do you want from me? An auto pistol shot went straight through Mort's forehead, spraying the floor and the furniture around with blood, brain matter, and shards of his skull. The safety on the arch-militant's weapon is off. The killer must have been a split second quicker than he. We had best be on our way.
Yes, the crucible of battle calls to me once more.
Princess, what's going on? How are you?
No, wait! We must see if we can find anything.
Idira, you can't bring her back. Let her go.
You'd give up so easily, old man? I expected as much from the sister. It's not like she has a heart. But you? Oh no. I'll get to the bottom of this. I'll find the one responsible for murdering the Lord Captain. And when I do, that scum will regret the day they were born.
Looking forward to it. All right. Helmet of the Devoted Protector. See, he was devoted, y'all. It requires dogmatic follower to use this, but it'll give you immunity to enemy critical hits for the first 3 rounds of combat. Very nice. Very, very nice. The murder scene looks like something caught the victims by surprise. No one had time to react to what was happening. Theodora's Rosary. The wearer of this amulet gains a +10 bonus to commerce and lore Imperium. My character cares about neither of these things, but we'll get another character who does. Grants +5 fellowship for each enemy in a 2-cell radius. Again,
Powers unseen uncover my path.
my main character cares nothing for that, but over time. A bizarre fragment hung on a trophy board. The light, smooth surface of the object is dotted with dark spots and crumbling holes.
I tread a path unexplored.
Alright, is there any other... you can use this, right? She sure can. Make her immune to critical hits for a little bit. You might as well wear this. You don't have anything else to wear. And we got that kid. Can't do anything with that for now. Require me to buy a body, not a life. The contract is a fine print. Can't even get to play this game until Sunday when I'm off work. Oh man, I'm sorry to hear it. That sucks. That really sucks. Oh wow, we're all gonna get a shot before they do. Works for me. Well, Princess, at least you can live vicariously through me and my streams. I'll definitely be playing it today and tomorrow. I might be able to live stream Friday. We'll see. Saying that if you want to live, you should have given her a lifeguard, not my job. Nice. You know, we're gonna cheat. Didn't do what Idira would do.
I need no guidance. What a satisfying
Bap,
demise.
bap, snap, crackle, pop. Oh wow. Oh wow, it lets me use lightning arc again. I didn't even think about that, but yep, that does make sense.
Purpose guides me. Death shall
Man, yeah, we're definitely gonna need Cassia to lower some of this veil degradation, because between her and Idira, they are going to absolutely light people up. Argenta, I need you to hit at least one person. Okay, there we go, baby. I like that. I like that in you. Let's make it happen. Make it happen one more time. Come on now. Are you serious? You left him alive.
Will do.
No.
On it.
More of this. Plan to when I have time or on break. Awesome. Awesome.
What?
Man, you gotta wait all the way until Sunday. That's brutal. That's brutal. I wanted to take a week off of this, but it just wasn't in the cards. It wasn't in the cards anyway, so I'm able to take a half day today, half day tomorrow.
Sure have.
And then just be satisfied with that.
One step closer.
Why did it say no damage? Man, he took 1 damage from that. Just oh, this has got to get better. This has got to get better. Can I do full? Can I go all out?
Faith without deeds is worthless.
4. Yep, and that's exactly what you did. Round of 4. Oh, well. Can you win this? Is this it? Yes, this is it. This is it. This is it. Oh my! Come on, Idira. Idira.
Reduced to dust.
There we go. Oh. Shouldn't have been that hard. We just got the wearer gains +5 toughness if their intelligence is less than 35. Definitely will make use of that. Rex, what's going on? How's the new game? I am enjoying it thoroughly. Definitely having a good time with it. You can make use of this, so I'll give you this. And then, what's the deal here? Fire Mastery. Okay, so we got our heroic talents. Gotta wait till level 10 to get sight rating 1. I could go ahead and, you know what? No, I don't want that. I'm gonna go for defense. I don't necessarily need defense first, but you know what? Screw it. It's just nice to have. Medium armor does not reduce dies. That's what I want. That's what I want, so I can use medium armor. And we'll take thick skin here. And for you, I will take this is stabilizing factor. Yep, there we go. Less veil degradation. And then for you, what was I getting for you? Oh, here we go. Enough bullets for everyone. There we go. Boom. All right. And now, finally, let's get to the bridge. Manifest lightning, pyros like fourth weapons. Yep, that's it. Sanctioned Psyker, you can use staves with abilities to deal damage, or are you stuck with weapons? You can use the powers from staffs. And I can't take off until after Christmas. I understand. Yeah, I work for a wireless company, so things always rev up during the holidays. I kind of miss when I used to work for a bank and holidays were super easy. Ooh, Shadow Heart in battle. Can't hit a damn thing. It is what it is.
Ruinous favor prevails.
The horrific vision is a product of the warp energies that permeate the bridge.
The world will bow.
The first sacrifice.
I changed my whole schedule for today. Put all pages yesterday, tomorrow, thinking the game was today, 1 p.m. here. Oh man.
Its gaze.
Sorry, Dark Hand. Take a hit better, probably because you got a worse situation when you need to take a hit. That's one way to look at it, Waterloo. I didn't take a sort of universal power. Smite every hero psyker can use. Oh, that's interesting. I think that's what everyone uses staves assumed to represent. Further reading, what's going on? Thank you so much. Glad you enjoy the content. Now, there's a lot of options. Oh yeah, Rory. That's why my guides have been popular, because this game gives you a ton of different ways to develop your character. I wouldn't say it's quite on the same level of Wrath of the Righteous, but it's in that same vein. There's a ton of different ways you can go. Edelthrat, who is clutching the bleeding wound on his chest, gives you a hateful glare. Traitor, right when we needed all forces to deliver a decisive blow, you stepped aside. Do not even try to claim that my Voxcast did not reach you. The Psyker narrows his eyes. I sense the mark of the warp on you, an echo of the powers that are ravaging this ship. What is it? The aftermath of the terrors that you had to face, or an admission of guilt? Ooh, smile meaningfully. I choose my allies well. Edelthrad's eyes widen. Shameless filth. How dare! Let us leave this conversation for another time. Master Edelthrad, it is with great sorrow that I inform you that Lady Theodora von Valancius is dead. What? You? Edelthrad looks at you. This is your doing. Master Edelthrad, no. We have remained in each other's sight ever since Commander Hostlander broke free from Conrad's schemes. The Lord Captain was killed by another hand, and by the Golden Throne, I can surmise whose hand it was. Edelthrad shudders and grabs his shoulders. As you watch, the sleeves of his jacket burst open and two bone growths pierce through the fabric. No matter what ritual Conrad is performing there, the warp is too strong. I cannot withstand it. I feel my body changing with every second, the warp ringing in the air. This is the end. We will perish in the warp, along with the Warrant and all the dynasty's heirs. The enemy of humanity is triumph. Idira looks anxiously at Edelthrad, then she glances back at you. I've seen it before. We'd better get away from him. The changes are already accelerating. The ship can still be steered out of the warp, but we must first restore communication between the bridge and the Navigator's sanctum. Edelthrad stares at you, and his eyes harden with cold resolve once more. That we have no right to bow our heads. Loving all the Rogue Trader coverage you've been doing. Thank you, Vagron. Appreciate you. Hope you've been doing well. Here's one thing they did really good. The class and class synergy builds. It's great and full of viable options. Absolutely. I think there's a lot of mechanics to dig through and a lot of interesting ways you can build your character. You can see Conrad Vokbeer clearly in the gloom of the bridge. The broken blade he is holding is stained with dark drops that seem to have a pearlescent glimmer to them. We are out of time. Edelthrad bites his knuckles, desperately thinking. You see a wave ripple across the whites of Edelthrad's eyes, and they begin to turn a sickly yellow. To Edelthrad, that complicates things. Edelthrad roars with mad, fanatical rage. I will not die quietly alongside one who was a traitor to our blood. If my last service to the Imperium is to rip out the throat of an enemy of humanity, then such is the God Emperor's will. A cursed traitor. A time will come when you will bleed for a ladyship Theodora's murder. Remember my words, for they are the vow of he who marches toward his death. What? Theodora is dead? Vokbeer stares at you in seemingly genuine bewilderment. No, that can't be. Not now. I still have it.
Your ritual won't be finished, heretic!
Woo! Look at that.
I march for power.
Show them no mercy.
Boom, boom, boom. All right, put a deer here. Here. Actually, no. Put you. Yeah, actually, because. Ensure you end up out here, and yeah, it might give me a chance actually. I really don't like her just being out and about though. So yeah, we're just gonna chill. We'll chill over here. Chill over here and see how it goes. Oh wow. Oh wow, but I don't. Oh man, I kind of don't want to. Oh wait. So you're 9. So let's see. Actually, we are
There
going to
is
do this.
no
I'm
mercy
curious.
found in my heart.
when I use this,
ruin beckons.
Oh, but it is going to allow me to use my regular attack more than once. That's
I need
interesting.
no guidance.
Yeah, probably help. Oh, here we go. I do have I do have a ranged attack. Okay, but I don't need it for right now.
Purpose
Do that first.
Tribute.
Interesting. So I could do a 2-on-1. That's interesting. Why will it allow me? It'll let me do a melee attack, but won't let me do a ranged attack. That's interesting. Or maybe it triggers with the equipped weapon. All right. Things to keep in mind. Things to keep in mind.
Pain and duty go hand in hand.
Wow, he got that? Come on now. Well, first,
It will be done.
Oh, and he can go too?
At your back and forth.
But no, I don't want you to go because
Indeed.
I don't want him to use his heroic act because I know this guy just consumes a bunch of different people when you do that. So it kind of feels like, you know what? No, I'm just gonna. Why not?
I will do my
I don't remember whether or not he actually
victory
restores all his health when absorbing.
at your back and forth. It will be done.
So he absorbed that guy and got
I shall
most
repay
of the
your
rest back.
strut,
Interesting.
shan't
Okay.
I?
That's unfortunate. Huh. So she could come out here, but
God Emperor, move through me. Be the fire in my heart.
she's going to take an attack.
Pain cleanses the body.
And knock her prone. God dog it. Well, that's annoying. You got a deer. You know what? Deer's gonna come out here. Nope, shouldn't have done that either. Now that I think about it, but whatever. That. And she's gonna give this
But
to
of
you
course.
because you're taking a lot of heat and pressure. And then
On
I'm
it.
gonna do a little bit more to you. Would be epic lava giant sunny enemies that explode a Marazhai as an inferno psyker. If only. All right. Can I even get to you? Can't.
One step
Okay.
closer.
Only does a couple of points, but it is what it is.
Indeed.
He will go ahead and use a med kit on himself.
Medicine. At its
Go.
finest.
Damn. If she can't separate, she's going to be useless. It just is what it is.
Rejoice in battle.
Thank you. Woo. All right.
Power
Fine.
resides in the will
Low
of
momentum.
As the Emperor commands, I act. This
Seriously?
is unacceptable.
I just want one. Just one. That's all I need. Thank you. Thank you. Good Lord. And now, 86% all the way over there. I got high ground on this dude and still 36%. How? How? All right. Excellent. Now, let's deal with you, knowing as you are.
Was that you? Or
That,
will do?
that, and
But
that.
of course.
Team, and you. We haven't set you on fire yet. Let's go ahead and change that. You that.
Purpose guides me.
Some of this and give you some
I
more
need
fire
no
to think about.
guidance.
And there we go. That's fine. And you.
At your back and forth.
Went.
I will
And
do it.
some lure back. There we go. Alright, now she.
The enemies of the
Idira
Emperor
is standing
will
over
be
there, which is
undone.
unfortunate, but it's 1%.
I'll do it.
So. Yeah, there you go, Argenta.
Doubt is for the weak.
Show your worth and all that good stuff.
Faith
Do
without
that again. There we go. Excellent. Now you. Then weapon range, 1 cell radius. Actually, here. There we go. 10 cell radius. And
None
you.
will stand against me.
There we go. And
Will do.
Yes. He had full cover, 60% less. He did have. Well, no. But at that angle, I felt like at that angle he shouldn't have had full cover, but maybe he did. While you ended the turn, you can use 4 ignites now. What do you mean? Yeah, see, I used ignite, and I can't use it again. I can only use it once. There we go. Look at that. Dying by the warp burn. I'm a fan of that. Ignite doing a little bit of the work. Central fire. Let's fit that. You already know I'm in that 40K spirit. Blade shard, which shimmers with unnatural colors. Gloves of endurance, which gives allies a +1 bonus to damage when you fall, when you get an injury or fall unconscious. And a mantle of heroism, which allows your dodge to increase by 20% up to a max of 60% every time a heroic act is used. We will collect all of that.
Let's seize the opportunity.
Absolutely. Boom, boom.
Embrace true power.
Bridge officer. The Emperor protects. If the Emperor protects, why didn't you bring your behind out and help me before? He might as well take these gloves, I suppose. Nobody can use that, but he can use this. And the person I'm getting soon will be able to use the other one. So we'll just chill out on that. There we go. Damn, the vulture shots feel so impactful. Yep, they really stepped up the game since Kingmaker Wrath the Righteous. Yeah, I love the way vultures sound. Yeah. Absolutely. I have no intention of changing Argenta from using them. Is there any way to play this now? Steam is saying 60 hours still to release with no option to buy now and preload earlier. Nope, Terrain. The game doesn't come out until tomorrow. So some content creators, they received an early version of the game, which is what's allowing me to play it, but it's not available just yet. This cloak is too powerful to be picked in the prologue. It's nice, right? The thing is, it's not really all that nice for Abelard, though. Like, it's nice for right now, but long term, he's going to be using heavy armor anyway, so it's not really going to be all that great. But actually, this reminds me, when I do a Benevolentia run, I should use someone who can really focus on dodge. That'd be awesome. Kunshu, Koriv, Tab, appreciate you all. You all just became sponsors and members of the channel. Glad you all are enjoying the content. Thank you so much. The Emperor only protects NPCs who stay on the sidelines. This protection doesn't last very long once they get targeted. Cool, all good, thanks. Thought there may have been a pre-order bonus to play early or something. Cannot wait to play. Awesome, I hope you end up enjoying the game once you are able to play. Revor, Master Helmsman, system status report. By the Emperor, it's the Seneschal, living and breathing. The white-haired man with sickly pale skin salutes you. Well, there's a tricky question. The whole place is so overrun with vile wickedry, we'll be scrubbing it off the vid screens for Throne knows how long. How did you people survive in here? The man glances around the bridge. Must have been Providence. It better have been the Emperor's, not someone else's. When they barged in here, the ones with the Master of Whispers, some officers charged them, but it wasn't even a fight. I grabbed whoever I could and dragged them behind the cogitators, then I prayed for our rescue. We need to reestablish contact with the Navigator sanctum. It is our only chance of escaping from the warp. Your words seem to knock the officers out of their stupor, and the air around you fills with voices and commands being issued. You hear someone sobbing, one of the survivors buckling under the stress. Abelard cuffs the crying officer without even looking. Restore the Vox channel to the Navigator sanctum. Ready the crew. Prepare for translation of real space. Abelard pauses for a few seconds before turning to you. Commander Highlander, you may call me superstitious, but translation is not a good time to disregard rules. You're the only one who speaks for House von Valancius. You may not be the Lord Captain, but you, more than anyone else, deserve to take up place in the ritual that is about to commence. He directs your attention upward to the throne that sits at the apex of the tall staircase. All right, what must I do? Take the Lord Captain's seat, order the final preparations. Wait for the officers to report. Blast it all to the void. Translation is a craft, not something to be explained in a tick. Just go up to the throne, Mistress Commander Highlander. These people are about to do the impossible. The least they deserve is the solace of seeing a figure sitting in the usual spot. Please hurry. Every second we waste is a terrible risk. I am ready. Begin the ritual. At least we get to watch it, then play tomorrow. Absolutely. What's going on, Ann? How are you? They're probably all tainted by the war. It's for their own good that you grant mercy to those poor folk. Absolutely. The image before you is hazy, swaying in sorcerous currents invisible to mortal eyes, as if whatever is beneath this thin shell is constantly changing while still remaining the same. It has taken on the guise of Theodora, but the false rogue trader's eyes reveal the entity's true, surreal nature. One of Theodora's eyes is engulfed in otherworldly fire. The other, a vessel of ancient evil, bores into you. A voice seeps directly into your brain without ever reaching your ears. And this voice booms with all the horrors of the war. Did you stand in the path of another's destiny only to steal it? You accepted the call of the primordial truth and claimed that truth is your own. So be it. I wove the threads of destiny and held out my hand to you when the flame arose in your path. You took it and, in so doing, sealed your fate. In the future, you will repay me for this boon in full. It resonates and merges with the voices that have already dug their foul roots into your consciousness. A moment later, you realize that all these voices are the myriad manifestations of the same call that has finally invaded your mind. Are you the one behind all that is happening here? The one who addressed me and guided me out of the flames? Indeed, for the boundless truth encompasses all. Merely one part of it reached out to you, and answer you did. You could become the new champion. Your head begins to spin, viscous drops slither down your cheeks. You blink, and you are no longer looking at Theodora. It is the traitor Vokvir, just as fluid and ephemeral as the previous apparition. The same terrifying voice seethes from his lips. The aspirant vowed to return with a trophy, a relic that could serve the edge of daybreak. That fate was assured in the steps chosen, and yet you broke the unbreakable when you took the aspirant's place. I see you on the day when the final dawn rises over the iron world. I see you by my side on that day, the day of my resurrection. The image is scattered by invisible sorcerous winds, and you see Idira, her eyes aglow with the same sinister flame. Your image is woven into the tapestry of things to come. I am the will of the weaver of destinies, and today I will weave a new thread of lucid possibilities and fickle chances. The thread that will lead you out of the maw of irreversibility. The thread that will help you find the keys to salvation. The thread that will guide you, and the weapon of our return to me. A cavalcade of hazy glimpses of a future yet unknown passes before your eyes. A flash of crimson, purple. The images replace one another in a violent kaleidoscope without ever letting you get a proper look at them. Through the rippling mirage, you see a twisted image of Abelard, the loyal seneschal of the dynasty. The path is set, child of the dawn. The thread is woven. Follow it, serve it. Yeesh. I've never done that conversation from the standpoint of being someone who took the deal. That was interesting. Finally, recognition I am due. This vessel is mine to command. Serve me. That's Zinch Damon. Ooh, they changed. Yep. So very Zinch. What is the correct way to pronounce Zinch? The thing is, Zinch favors people that don't look very chaos. So perfect for the game. His favorite champion, Araman, literally said he hates him and has no GOT at Zinch's face. Ravar turns around and looks up at you. He hesitates for a few moments, then addresses Abelard, who is standing next to you. The Seneschal, the Navigator sanctum is silent. The lock signal is stable, which means... Abelard nods absent-mindedly. The Navigator gave his life battling the storm that nearly claimed the Von Valencia's flagship. We will honor his memory, along with that of all who died this day. Ravar does not look away. He is giving you a hard stare, his white brows furrowed. But Seneschal, will you tell us now? Who is that? Where's the Lord Captain?
As First Officer, it is my duty to inform you with the greatest regret and indelible sorrow that Lord Captain Theodora von Valancius is dead. May her memory never fade from the annals of the dynasty. By right of blood succession, and with the absence of other kin who could challenge this decision.
Say nothing. Being rogue trader sounds like fun.
It is hereby declared that the successor to Theodora von Valancius is her heir, the rightful inheritor of the warrant of trade, and the title of Rogue Trader. The official ascension ceremony will be held at a later time. In the interim, have you lost your tongues? Hail your lady. It is because of her toils that we all still live. The deed is done, mistress. My apologies. I meant to say, Lord Captain.
What's wrong with her haircut?
The treachery of the Master of Whispers was fruitless, but victory came at a great cost. Lord Captain Theodora von Valancius perished along with her heir, Edelthrad, and thousands of crew members. Yet hope remained. For the second in line to the Rogue Trader dynasty survived. At the cost of many sacrifices made by the Lord Captain in the name of her own ambitions.
All right. Her hair does make or break most situations. All right, and that means we have finally finished the prologue. I'm not done with my live stream yet, though. I'd like to get to the point that we have a full party, so that right from the bat, 5 people can join tomorrow whenever they get ready. And we need what? We got 3, so we need 2 more. Not too bad. Deep shadows of wariness can be seen on Abelard's face, though the old officer's eyes are keen. They rake over you from head to toe. He frowns, mutters something, then nods to himself. Well then, your ladyship. You cannot help but notice that the seneschal does not know how to talk to you or where to begin. His hesitation brings an involuntary smirk to your face, as though someone else entirely is gloating at the old officer's confusion. Seeing your smile, Abelard pulls himself together. I did not get that that sequence, that dialogue, when I played as Imperial. Very, very nice. Hard to get decent conditioner in the Expanse. Absolutely, Kara. It's so good to be streaming again, so it's my pleasure to continue. You must now hold your first officer's briefing in your new role as Lord Captain. For many of those who are about to join us on the bridge, this will also be their first briefing. We sustained massive losses among the senior and middle-ranking officers. Some posts have had to be filled by the deputies, while others go unfilled entirely. And now the deck clans are deciding who will take over the leaderless crews. How did we come to lose so many officers? Wait, actually, you misspoke, surely. I am the Lady Captain, am I not? There is no mistake, your ladyship. Lady Theodora before you was also the Lord Captain. Do not take your title literally. Think of it as a sacred rank that remains unchanging no matter who bears the warrant. You have been chosen by the Emperor to carry the honorable burden of the rogue traitor. High Gothic, whence this title originates, is a highly formal language, and so a certain level of inflexibility is to be expected. How did we come to lose so many officers? It appears that heretics were deliberately targeting the vessel's command. They knew exactly whom they were looking for and where they could be found, which is unsurprising given that their informant on board was our own Master of Whispers. Abelard grimaces. What is on the agenda for this meeting? Reports on the condition of the ship and crew. The Lord Captain is not usually drawn away from her important affairs to attend such routine briefings, but this is a unique situation. I am still receiving updates from across the ship, and they are not encouraging. Getting this bird to fly could take a gargantuan effort, even so far as you personally negotiating with the authorities of the system we are currently in. So prepare to hear a bevy of complaints and excuses, your ladyship. Take this opportunity to get a good look at the officers who work 6 decks away from the bridge. And they in turn will have the honor of beholding the visage of their Lord Captain. Have you succeeded in tracking down Vakvir? Abelard grits his teeth. No, Lord Captain. In all the commotion, his trail went cold. Our people are still on the hunt for him and any mutineers who may still be skulking in the ship's many corridors. But, frankly, I would not be surprised to hear that we are now 1 shuttle short. I'm afraid there will be some time before he answers for all that he has wrought. I am ready to start the briefing. Summon the officers. With a gesture, Abelard relays the orders to the adjutants at the far end of the magnificent chamber. Rob, thank you for the gifted sub, man. Really appreciate you. And you're a member of the channel now. Thank you so much, Rob. Outcast's reactivity has amazed me as I played through Wrath of the Righteous. Oh, absolutely, Crusader. It's definitely something they're known for, and it absolutely appears that they've continued that in Rogue Trader. Oh, well, Abelard, I'm just a lady. We're standing on the ship. Nice. A dozen pairs of eyes born to you, the expressions revealing restraint, joy, curiosity, and wariness. Attention, officers. You have been granted an honor. Lord Captain, Commander, High Slanderer of Von Valancius will personally conduct today's briefing. Our most gracious Lord Captain is ready to hear your reports. Yawn. I haven't the time to be listening to every last officer on this hulking rig. Abelard, give me a precise. What are the major problems and what needs to be done? As you wish, your ladyship. The report will be far from cheering. We must find a replacement for the dead Navigator. This is a task that is extremely challenging even under normal circumstances, but the God Emperor's blessing is clearly upon you. We have just ascertained that there is a Navis Nobilite station in the Rycat system. Such Navigator bastions are unbelievably rare, and our having ended up here is an incredible coincidence that can only be explained by divine intervention. You should visit the station, Lord Captain, and find someone to fill the vacant post. A sharp bolt of pain lances through your skull, as if in response to what you just heard. You understand that it is not the God Emperor you should thank for such fortune. The words of the daemon that appeared before you during the translation of real space echo in your mind. I am the will of the weaver of destinies, and today I will weave a new thread of elusive possibilities and fickle chances. The thread that will lead you out of the maw of irreversibility. The thread that will help you find the keys to salvation. Do you have any idea how dialogue is going to work in co-op? I'm guessing the host makes the decisions and the ones who join work like companions. Yep, that's correct, Pops. That's exactly how it works. Yeah, the host does the conversations. Item 2 on the bad news list. Our engine seer Prime fell in battle. Without his assistance, we cannot soothe the ship's machine spirits. Finding a new tech priest and a magus at that will be far from easy, but there is some prospect of success. And the third piece of bad news, the last one fortunately, crew losses have surpassed 2,000 people. If we do not make good on this deficit, we will not have sufficient hands on board to facilitate normal void travel. This system contains a large inhabited planet, Rykad Minors. We'll probably be able to find sufficient workers there, but there's a matter of some diplomatic delicacy. The planet is controlled by House Winterscale, the rogue traitor dynasty. We cannot simply recruit people from the planet without first coming to an agreement with the government. Oh, wow. Do you have any good news to relate, Abelard? Most certainly, Abelard says, setting his hands on his hips. The air generators have been repaired and are running smoothly. Although, according to the last report, it seems the attackers tried to destroy them. If those damn fanatics had succeeded, you and I wouldn't be here speaking right now. Nice. And what can you tell me about the system in which we currently find ourselves? I see to the Voxmaster on this point, Mistress Ptolemy. We are in the Rykad star system, and our voyage here was undertaken on the orders of your ladyship's predecessor. There are 3 inhabited bodies in this system, and our attempts to send Vox messages have produced confounding results. I suppose I'll have a solo playthrough on the side as well. Nice. Sounded heretic. The Navis Nobilite system has not simply failed to answer, it seems to be maintaining total Vox silence. However, we did receive a distress signal from the prison planetoid in the system, and Rykad Minors itself is also not responding to our hails. But what is most alarming is that our augurs have intercepted signals from the surface that seem to indicate ongoing hostilities on the planet. The situation is not very encouraging, but without a navigator, a tech priest, and new crew members, we won't be able to travel anywhere. Therefore, we must go to the planet and the Navis Nobilite station and find out what in the void is going on. All right, very well. Is that everything? In that case, you're all dismissed. The assembled officers salute you as one. So, if you allowed Abelard to give his report, one of the officers would reveal that basically they're cracking under pressure, and you get an Imperialis option to execute him. I'm not going to restart because I don't think there's any heretic options there, but it's interesting how impactful your choices can be. Like, I missed out on seeing some content because of the choice I made, but Abelard doesn't provide all that dialogue, obviously, if you go through the report. So it's like 61 and half a dozen the other. But if you're doing a Benevolentia or Imperialis run, it would be better to let them do their reports, because then you get an option to get some more disposition points. Good to know. Your ladyship, there is one other thing. A confidential matter of the utmost importance. Lady Theodora, Abelard hesitates, your eternally esteemed predecessor, brought the ship here to this system for a reason. She was given a secret commission. You were perhaps wondering who has the authority to commission a rogue trader to do anything, and I should tell you, Lord Inquisitor, the hand of the Emperor, chief architect of his will in the Coronis expanse. What if I choose to simply ignore this so-called commission? You would cease to be a rogue traitor, and perhaps cease to be altogether, Abelard says gravely. Oh, wow. Your ladyship, it is your prerogative to disregard anyone you wish in the Coronis Expanse, but not the Inquisition. Never the Inquisition. Damn. Is that so? And what is the task with which she was entrusted? Actually, no. I already saw the letter. Saw the letter, even though for whatever reason didn't let us see the contents. It basically just says, hey, this guy is doing something in the system. Pick him up and take him to this other place. You must do this. It's not an option. I came across a strange handwritten letter on Theodore's desk. It was signed XC. You are referring to the contents of that note, I presume? Yes, quite right. XC, Xavier Calcazar. My vote, not knowing anything, so this is not a spoiler, but my thinking, I believe Calcazar is the one who murdered Lady Theodora, but we'll see. Lady Theodora was to seek out the Lord Inquisitor's right-hand man, one Heinrix Van Kalas, and interrogate him, you understand. All I know is that he is somewhere in this system, and we must find him and offer him whatever assistance he requires, and then deliver him to Footfall in the Fur Abundance system. Finding him without any more information to go on will be difficult indeed. But an Inquisitor is an important individual. The authorities in the system, either the Navis Nobilite or the Governor of Rycat Minors, may know something. That is all of it, your ladyship. You have a great deal of work ahead of you, but it is a mere taste of the daily burden of a rogue traitor. Soon you must take up the reins of the Von Valancius Protectorate. Abelard gives you another scrutinizing look, as if trying to gauge how long you will hold out under this mountain of problems. His face softens slightly, and it seems he is about to offer some words of encouragement. Still cannot decide which to do first. Well, what kind of playthroughs do you like? If you like evil playthroughs, go Heretic. If you like good aligned playthroughs, go Benevolentia. And if you want shades of both, go Imperialis. You think so too, Darkhand? Yeah, that's where I'm leaning towards. Hensler, what's going on, man? It's absolutely happening. How are you? Idira, Sister Argenta, explain yourselves. The Sister of Battle grimly nods towards Idira. The Psyker is suffering some ailment or dark madness. She insisted on seeing the rogue traitor. I judged that it would be unwise to leave her unsupervised. For a brief moment, Sister Argenta's voice sounds hesitant. I was also hoping to approach you with a personal request, but it can wait. Speak with me when you have time, rogue traitor. Idira's glazed eyes rove over those assembled. One word bursts from her lips. Daybreak. Idira, come to your senses. Damn it. Idira presses her fingers to her temples in desperation. Your ladyship, here's the thing. I was trying to see the immediate future and it hit me so hard. My head is still spinning. Something very strange is heading our way, and I can't make out what it is, no matter how hard I try. A single word is all I can make out. Daybreak. Or maybe it's dawn, and it's ringing and ringing like an echo, like a bell. But if it's daybreak, then why is it so dark? We cannot extract any information of value from a single word. Can you tell us anything else, Mistress Talas? No, not yet anyway. The voices are going berserk, all shouting at once. I can't make any sense of it. As soon as I know or sense anything, I'll report it, all right? Lord Captain, if you want me to take a closer look into your future, find me on the bridge and we can talk. Lady Theodora was well served by my whispers on many occasions, and I'm sure you would benefit from them as well. The Psyker's bitten lips stretched to a wry smile. If there's nothing else of value to report, I declare this briefing concluded. It is time to get to work. Just woke up to see it in my feed. Oh, that's awesome. Nice way to wake up, I hope. Oh, yep, they improved the graphics on the chair. I can tell. It doesn't fade in and out the way it did before. But I have a week of PTO I have to use up by the end of the year. I guess I'm going to hit the game pretty hard. That's awesome. You'll probably get ahead of me. Let me know what you think of it. Tell me about the Adeptus Sororitas.
Gladly. There are none more faithful to the God Emperor than my sisters. We fight against his enemies by the will of the Holy Ecclesiarchy. We... I beg your pardon, rogue trader. Here I am talking about what every lesser noble in the Imperium knows. So what exactly are you interested in hearing about?
They say the Adeptus Sororitas are the fiercest in their fate among the warriors of the Imperium. Is it true?
It is. The Sisters of Battle are a fire lit by the God Emperor. They are the echo of his voice that travels through the dark expanses of the universe. We bring his wrath to heretics, mutants, and other enemies of humanity. We protect the faithful from the unholy and unhallowed. Sometimes with words, more often than not with a bolter.
Are all sisters truly as faultless as you say?
Even the novices of the Adeptus Sororitas are drawn from among the most worthy. Those who have taken the vows and become a full-fledged sister are the best of the best, tested by trials of body and spirit. Yes, there have been cases when a sister stumbled or showed weakness. But do not expect to hear a story of depravity or downfall from me. Each such occurrence is a great tragedy for us all. Light cannot bear the smallest speck of darkness within. And thus those who have trespassed or shown weakness of spirit are given a chance at redemption. They are called Sisters Repentia, and may the enemy tremble before her, for nothing can stop a sister of battle who yearns to be cleansed of fault and weakness.
That's exactly what I plan to do, Madma.
Wearing nothing but robes, no armor, eviscerator in hand, those sisters who have once faltered find repentance on the battlefield. Their lives are seldom long, but a death in the name of purgation is a better fate than to live with a shadow in one's soul.
Really? Most sororitas aren't fighters? That's interesting. Okay. I guess she's not going to tell us about the Salute Sisters, huh? What order are you from?
Once I had completed my novitiate, I was sent to the Calixian branch of the Order of Our Martyred Lady, assigned to the Order's Pronatus. The Order's mission is vital and noble. The Sisters Pronatus protect great relics of the Imperium. We guard them, preserve them, escort them when they are brought onto the battlefield or presented for pilgrims to venerate.
What's going on, Jawanza? Usually I'm not able to stream this early, which is probably why you're not usually able to catch a stream. But today and tomorrow I'm going to stream a little bit earlier than I usually would be able to. But then that's as much time as I was able to take off from work. So following week, we're going to be back to a regular late night schedule.
And we seek out the relics that have been lost.
Just the blah, blah,
Neither
blah.
a coven of heretics, nor the most wicked
Not interested in
devil
battle
can
sister
deter
history,
Sisters
Raven?
Pronatus, when their goal is to return a piece of the great legacy of the Imperium into the hands of the faithful.
You said you belong to the Calixian branch of your order. What brought you to the Coronis Expanse?
The Order sent me to Footfall. My undertaking was to assist the local priesthood of Drusians in caring for a sacred reliquary that had been there since the time of Passamus Duane, the station's founder.
Are there any other members of the Adeptus Sororitas in the Coronis Expanse?
None that I'm aware of, but the Sisterhood's orders are many, and can operate independently of one another, sending their sisters wherever their presence is needed as deemed by the Ecclesiarchy. Perhaps somewhere in the Lord Inquisitor's retinue, may his path be blessed, my sisters perform their duty as we speak. I wish it were so. Even a single evening spent in joint prayer and training would bring me joy.
I really do hope we get to meet other Sisters of Battle. I'm going to be keeping Argenta in my party when I do an Imperius run, so it'd be great to have her run into them. Greetings from Switzerland. Ooh, I just want to say I love your channel and your work, and I'm super pumped to play this today. Thank you so much, Conrad. Glad you've been enjoying the channel, and I hope you end up enjoying the game. Yes, they have a lot of linguists, medics, teachers, and theologians, but usually when people talk about sororitas, they mean ordos militant, who are fighters. Interesting. Okay, that's good to know. Sharingo, what's going on? How are you? I've always been kind of interested in this setting, but a bit more familiar with the original Warhammer. Yeah, I'm not familiar with it all, so it was all completely new for me. Fantasy 2 due to Warhammer Online. Then found 40K, and I really like it now. Interesting. So is there a really big difference between Warhammer Fantasy and Warhammer 40K? I have no more questions about the sisterhood.
Should any more arise, keeping them to yourself would be imprudent. It is a virtue to take an interest in holiness.
Tell me about yourself.
About me? I am the Emperor's daughter and his servant. What else is there to tell about me?
How did you end up on Theodora's ship?
I first came here when I found myself in need of passage from Footfall to a remote planet. But I imagine what interests you is not that first journey, but rather what brought me aboard prior to the pirate attack. That story is complicated. It just so happened that
She stopped short. Fortunately, I won't be able to join because I'll be playing for several days, but I wish you the best when that happens. No problems, Magma. I hope you enjoy the game while you're playing it. Would be great if Owlcat did a fantasy Warhammer game. Interesting. So yeah, what's so great about fantasy Warhammer? Essentially, every sister of battle is a Dita fighter, but not every Adeptus or Ritas is a sister of battle. Oh, I didn't realize that. Okay, that's cool. Yes, there's nothing in common lore-wise. Yes, there's a large difference between the two. So is Warhammer Fantasy still considered like grimdark? Does it have that same vibe as far as humans having xenophobia against aliens and all that kind of stuff?
I made a mistake. In a moment of laxity, I was ambushed by the accursed followers of the archenemy. I was badly wounded. Lady Theodora came to my aid and brought me aboard her ship, while her crew attended to me in my weakened state. It all happened not too long ago. I barely recovered from my wounds when the pirates struck. Truly, the servants of evil know no rest. There is no place where we can be safe from their machinations.
What happened to the people who wounded you? Did Theodora's men eliminate them?
Sadly, they did not. Lady Theodora was in a hurry and chose not to stay on the planet. Her people took me to a ship while I was unconscious, and when I came to my senses, we were already flying away. How I pray to come face to face with those heretics once more, and it's bound to happen someday.
So, in Warhammer Fantasy, everybody's all on one planet. There's no like space flight the way that there is in Warhammer 40K. Age of Sigmar. Didn't the Age of Sigmar game just recently come out? You mentioned making a mistake.
It happens even to the best of us. My mistakes are my burden to bear. I'll find a way to atone for them.
Where did this happen?
On one of the recently discovered planets in the Expanse. No one suspected that it had already been tainted by the filth of heresy. Had I known it beforehand, of course I would have been on my guard.
We could go to that planet and deal with the Chaos Worshippers. She's a Chaos Worshipper herself, but she has no problems killing other Chaos Worshippers, and it sounds like fun.
The path to that planet was lost. All the knowledge is gone, along with the previous Navigator. It would take immense effort and resources to rediscover the route. The heir to the Finalize's protectorate must have plenty of other issues to deal with right now. Perhaps later, when the skies above our heads have cleared.
Hito Dipaya, what's going on? Good evening. Hope you're doing well. What do you think of the game? Does it have the potential to be as good as Wrath of the Righteous? I don't know yet. I haven't played the last two acts. Through the first three acts, do I think this game is as good as Wrath of the Righteous? I'd say it's very, very good, but also very, very different. So I'd have to really sit down and compare it. But I would say if you like Wrath of the Righteous, I feel like you'll probably like this as well. But again, whether or not it measures up, I thought the endings for many of the ways you could complete Wrath of the Righteous were very, very strong. And I also really appreciated that there was an Ascension ending where you had to do a whole bunch of crazy things throughout the game in order to accomplish it, but it could give you completely different ending slides. And so for me, whether or not this game stacks up will be not only about the journey, but also the endings and whether or not you can get really, really cool endings based on what you can do. So not sure yet, but overall, like right up front, do I feel like it's worth probably playing this if you enjoy Wrath of the Righteous? Yes, I would say it is. I've definitely been enjoying it immensely. What was it like traveling on Theodora's ship?
I hadn't been here that long. Just one journey from Footfall, and the other journey, the majority of which I spent in the confines of the medbay. I can't tell you much about the first voyage. I was more focused on prayers and ruminations than on the people around me, or the journey itself.
So Age of Sigmar is completely different. Okay, interesting.
During the last journey, Seneschal Viserion stood out for me. He came by several times to ask about my health. He's an honorable man and a loyal servant of the Imperium. I think he is as meticulous in his inspections of the logistics systems as he is in his inquiries about the health of the occasional sister of battle aboard the ship.
There's a secret ending in this too. Darkhand, did Alcat confirm that? Because I don't remember them saying that. 40K doesn't have Skaven, rat people, which is a big L. But a dark grip, dark begs up for it. These people who love rat folk, I remember people clamoring for that in Wrath of the Righteous over and over and over again. There is an unconfirmed theory that the planet of WFP is situated in the Eye of Chaos.
But not all of Theodora's people have earned my trust. You know who I'm talking about. There is no place for Idira Tlas among the God Emperor's faithful. I'm surprised she wasn't in league with the pirates. And I'm equally surprised by how deep heresy and treason run in this place. I'm glad we all made it through that dark hour. May the day that follows be bright.
Huh. Say something about a special ending? I'll have to watch that again. I don't remember that. I don't have any more questions. Thank you.
As you wish.
What is it that's keeping you in my retinue?
This ship was targeted by heretical pirates, which means that my presence here and the assistance I provide to you are my sacred duty. Sooner or later, I will likely have to return to Footfall to protect its reliquary. But for now, I wish to remain a part of the Rogue Trader's crew.
I enjoy your company, Argenta. I hope that you remain in the crew and that this ship becomes your home.
Those are very courteous words, Rogue Trader. Thank you, both for your words and your hospitality.
She gives you another somewhat puzzled look. Thank you for this conversation. Until next time. All right, let me do a save first before we do her quest.
Greetings.
You said you have a personal request for me?
I indeed have a request, Rogue Trader.
The accursed servants of chaos who assaulted this ship took the lives of your loyal crew members, and they orphaned many children, including the progeny of brave officers who defended their post until the bitter end. I don't know what customary practices there are for cases like this in Von Valancia's territory, but in the world I'm familiar with, the children of such brave souls could expect to receive some special consideration. Perhaps a rogue trader could meet with the children. What good would meeting with them do? These children are the future of your crew, and one day they too will have to stand against evil and heresy as their parents did. By meeting them, by speaking the right words to them, you will honor the memory of the fallen heroes, and like the way the heroes in the making, they will always remember the day they met the rogue trader. Besides, it will bolster the orphan spirits, help them recover from their loss, which can be hard for someone so young. I will meet with them. No formalities needed. These are the children of people who gave their lives for the Von Valancia's dynasty. My consideration is the least that they deserve. I will pass on your instructions. Thank you for taking my request to heart. She doesn't mind talking to the children. This is fun. This is interesting. She's never had a crowd of children clamor around and hang on her every word. Maybe she can turn more than the chaos. Greetings from Germany. Oh, wow. That's awesome, Raven. Thank you. The only thing that fantasy and 40K is that the warp and Damon's really are the only major similarities with Easter eggs here and there. Interesting. Age of Sigmar is different as well. It's a shame that Games Workshop did not allow Alcat to allow us to romance Argenta, even though by lore, Adeptus Sororitas are allowed to romance people, but rare due to how devoted they are to their duty. Yeah, kind of annoyed about it myself, but we'll see how the rest of the romances are. The motley group of adolescents do not take their eyes off you, gazing at you as if you were a creature straight from a fairy tale. Our indefatigable sister has been keeping an eye on these pups. Abelard glances at the gathered children. It is hardly the scholar progenium in here, but we have provided the orphans on our ship with adequate care and instruction. Argenta is standing to the side of the group. At your approach, she perks up and announces, her voice ringing. Brave ones, the master of the ship has appeared before you, the one who guides it through the darkness of the universe by the Emperor's will. Greet your Lord Captain, the rogue traitor of House von Valancius. Smile at the group. Your Lord Captain greets you, brave ones. Teenagers keep staring at you. A girl who has remained close to Argenta smiles uncertainly. A skinny, pale lad tries to throw his shoulders back and stand at attention like a soldier. Only a few teenagers at the far end of the row seem sullen and not particularly impressed. One of the scowling visitors with a thin scar across his face tosses his head back and says bitterly, "So what? Why should we care? Our friends and parents died in the dozens for you noble lot, and they just give us speeches." Argenta quickly turns to the boy. A flurry of emotions flashes in her dark eyes, like she wants to both calm him and scold him for his impudence. Address the group. If you have things to say them without fear. I will listen. The boy smiles grimly. It doesn't matter what we say. It won't bring our parents back, and it won't change our fates either. We'll keep slaving away on this ship until we drop and die like our folks, or worse. Look, let's just deal with the reality. The strong have the power to decide the fate of others. The weak either obey or die. If you seek a different lot in life, boy, save your grumbling and look for an opportunity to rise above the rest. You heard the rogue traitor. His words carry the wisdom of the Imperium. It's hard to say whether or not your words have left an impression on the boy, but he nods slowly. Then he catches himself and gives you an awkward bow. Abelard gives a sign, and servants immediately emerge, carrying packaged treats with von Valancius emblazoned on the wrappers. It appears that the Seneschal came prepared for any contingency. I'm gonna go Cassia if you want to date. Argenta rubs her temple pensively. She smiles and offers a few more words of encouragement, then leaves the bay. You and girl Cassia, you want to date the plain fanatic Jane Argenta. Maybe I have a thing for armor and big guns. Mod for Romance Argenta will be coming out because of their line that they cannot cross. Modding crews will do. The wisdom of the Imperium. Yep. Definitely where my wisdom is coming from. Absolutely. Can't you tell? I'm a stalwart follower of the doctrine. Awesome. All right. So we're not going to talk to everybody right now because I don't want to spend the next 2 hours with y'all having to sit up looking at conversations. So we'll do 2, then go out, do a mission, come back, do 2, go out, do a mission, come back until we've talked to everybody on the ship. Oh, but what I will do, almost forgot. Head to the bedroom. This hefty tome contains schematics of the flagship of the House von Valancius, in addition to a plethora of notes, copies of reports, and other documents. This majestic portrait painted by a skilled artist greets guests who have been granted permission to enter the Lord Captain's headquarters. The positions of the pieces on the board suggest that this game of regicide was interrupted. The winner was never determined. The glinting of the displayed weapons is mesmerizing. You have never seen many of these articles before. This fine sculpture made from a strange metal seems to absorb any rays of light that fall upon it. Liturgies of the faithful to his word and name. The text below this solemn heading looks noticeably faded. It appears that the prayer book has been kept open on this page for a very long time. A bizarre fragment hung on. We already read that. The water's calming murmurs and the warm steam feel inexplicably deceptive. A moment of weakness and rest promises nothing but danger. Oh, this is a letter about Vakvir basically saying she was never going to allow him to become the rogue trader because he's too valuable as a master of whispers. Beyond the stained glass, distant stars glimmer in the darkness of endless space, filling you with an odd sense of dread. So I think in Warhammer they don't care whether you're a man or woman, so they don't really emphasize it the way it would be emphasized in other game worlds. Right, only thing that matters is the Imperium, right. Sell something heretical in the secret room. Yeah, you only get access to it if you choose the heretic route. The parlor organ seems to have been sitting idle for many years. Oh, they put a sofa where Mort's body was? Yikes. Oh, whoops. I'm like, why isn't he moving? Whoa, what's that? Oh, I missed something. Whoa. Cracked data slate. Bookshelves are packed with ancient books, piles of papers and tomes, many of which look rather worn. The light glinting off the polished skull of some unknown Xenos makes it seem like the bony face is mocking you. That's the vault in case you want to hold things there. And then here's where they listed all of their supporters of the game. Alright. Just wanted to make sure there was nothing special crazy over here, and we'll head back.
Lord Captain.
Let's talk about things that may be useful to me as the rogue trader.
A noble aspiration, Lord Captain. I am ready to acquaint you with all the particulars that interest you.
Outline the situation in the Coronis Expanse for me. What do I need to know and keep in mind?
This is a topic for an official briefing, not a casual conversation. But I will try to answer succinctly. And if you permit, in my own words. The Coronis Expanse is considerably removed from the heart of the Imperium. This means that local war pools become useless within months. Established pathways are regularly subject to attacks from all kinds of rabble. And in the only major port, the Imperium's frigates
exactly,
find themselves
Darkan.
moored
We're just following
alongside
primordial
pirate vessels. Until recently, the Coronis Expanse could hardly have been called a region of the Imperium. The situation has changed with the arrival of the Lord Inquisitor, but not by much. This place operates under its own rules, you see. More radical, so to speak. But ones that allow for a non-standard approach where there is a promise of victory. The Coronis Expanse is considered rogue trader territory for a reason. Only rogue traders have sufficient military might, audacity, and the rights granted them by the warrant to survive the leap into the unexplored part of the Expanse, and in the event of a successful outcome, to hold on to whatever they manage to capture on the frontier.
Who are the main players I need to be aware of in the Coronis Expanse?
In the first instance, you should treat official representatives of the Imperium with respect. The Expanse may be on the fringes, but it still numbers among the territories of the Golden Throne. The arrival of the Lord Inquisitor has turned the Coronis Expanse into a less wild and uncontrolled region, to the regret of some individuals who had grown inured to the local lawlessness.
Biological plumbing. Yeah, I agree, Kara. I get that sense from Warhammer that gender is not something that it particularly cares about. It doesn't have the same weight as it would be in real life. Except, of course, there are specifically gender-limited organizations, like Sisters of Battle. True. Would have been cool to be an ice psyker. Ooh, interesting. Yeah, are there ice powers for Warhammer?
Rogue traders such as yourself are also servants of the Imperium. They have been accorded special rights and powers. They wield immense authority within their territory, and they enjoy absolute respect in other parts of the Expanse. The most powerful of them are Kalagos Winterscale and Incendia Bastal Chorda. Tread carefully when dealing with either of them.
Incendia.
If we are to speak of unclaimed territory, which is what Footfall is, among the scum that dwells on that handful of asteroids, there are 3 factions that wield considerable influence in the sector. The first is the Kazbala Commission, organized crime in its most primitive form. It holds sway over the Liege of Footfall and has links to rogue trader Winterscale. The second faction is an offshoot of our shining ecclesiarchy, followers of St. Drusus. They are actively building their forces and hold influence over rogue trader Chorda. And finally, the third faction, the Explorators, a wing of the Adeptus Mechanicus. They are willing to die and kill for the secrets of the ancient technological heresies that are hidden among the stars of the Coronis Expanse.
Space wolves. Except we've got a space wolf who doesn't use any powers. Ah, well. Conrad, our previous master of Whisperers. What can you tell me about his betrayal? What do you think he'll do next?
You know, Lord Captain, I am no admirer of fine art. But when we next find ourselves in a civilized port, with time to spare, I will promptly find an artist and commission a portrait of the individual to whom you refer, with a hole between the eyes. Conrad Voigtveer. That he committed his treachery and escaped with his life was an unforgivable oversight. We both served Lord Captain Theodora for many years, and we never saw eye to eye. He was brash. He was never afraid of assuming responsibility, and he willingly took on difficult tasks. I am loath to admit it, but the Von Valancius Protectorate continues to reap the fruits of his labors to this day. His service always garnered my respect. But everything else about him made me want to wring the neck of that two-faced snake.
Brides of the Emperor.
If you are taking comfort in the thought that we will hear no more of Conrad, prepare to be disappointed. You thwarted his plans, his meticulously plotted and nurtured treachery. He is sure to attempt to strike at you, and he will use his contacts and knowledge of the Protectorate to do so. The only question, Lord Captain, is whether you will be able to anticipate his next steps.
Wolf! What up, man? How are you? Oh, damn, I wish I'd noticed you were alive. Would have loved to send everyone over. Man, you've done that plenty of times before. Don't feel bad. I really appreciate you. Really appreciate all the support you've given me. What were you streaming today? Were you streaming Rogue Trader? Did you finish your Baldur's Gate 3 run yet? No, you started an Honor run, right? So were you still doing your Honor run, or did you stream Rogue Trader? I wasn't sure if you were able to get far into the game yet. That is all for now.
As you wish, Lord Captain.
I'd like to know more about my Seneschal.
As you wish, Lord Captain.
Tell me about yourself. Tell me about yourself. What were you doing before you became Theodora Seneschal?
I used to be an officer in the Navis Imperialis. No, Used to be is not quite right. It was not simply a job. It was my calling, the essence of my life. I was proud to serve Lord Captain Theodora, but in my heart and mind, I'm still an officer of the Imperium.
Idira, were you on one of the raids Wolf did? Awesome. Still going with honor mode, but I did Rogue Trader today. Nice, nice. So the game has been all right for you so far? Not too hard to get into? This is great, awesome.
I met Lord Captain Theodora on a mission where the Imperial Navy was providing reinforcements to the rogue traders' army on one of the frontier worlds. Our acquaintance was not easy. Working with people outside the Navy hierarchy has never been my strong suit. It was to my great surprise then, that after the mission's completion, I received a referral to leave my service in the Navy and join the rogue traders' personal council. It was a difficult choice for me. But I saw in the offer a chance to serve the interests of humanity even more effectively than in the Navis Imperialis. You do not need me to tell you just how remarkable a person Lord Captain Theodora was. I recognized her at once as a true leader and formidable creative force. One who had built a protectorate amidst the dangers and wildness of the Expanse.
Leaving the Imperial Navy is far from easy. Why were you permitted to quit your post?
You could say there was no one among the naval command who was willing to impede the wishes of the rogue trader. To do so would be to risk their own position and their relationship with Theodora. The Lord Captain possessed certain contacts in the Imperial Navy. Contacts which she used to request help during the conflict on the border world. And which enabled her to make me an offer that resulted in my joining her retinue. The Navis Imperialis is an ancient institution with its own mandates and muster lists. On occasion, in the heat of an official briefing, or an informal discussion, I violated those rules, determined to press my point. It is challenging to choose the words to accurately express my opinion on a situation or the actions of others that do not sound overly scathing or confrontational. Many in command were inclined to view my manner of speaking as unbefitting a person of my rank.
It's ironic this conversation is coming up now because I remember this came up on the last stream of Wolf Hearts that I watched, where some people were talking about, he was playing Baldur's Gate 3, and they brought up how some people don't like that game tells you when you fail checks, and that they feel like it would be better if you never knew that you failed a check. And I feel the exact opposite. I love when I know I failed a check, because either I'm going to restart the game in order to be able to pass that check, or it lets me know, hey, if you had built your character in a completely different way, you would have been able to pass that check, right? Now, Rogue Trader tells you if you fail to check, like if you try to pick up a bomb or something like that, right? If you like did an actual activity, you can go into the log and see how badly you failed that check and what your chance would have been in order to be able to pass it. But it appears at least that it doesn't tell you when you fail a passive check. I've done this conversation 2 or 3 times before, and a couple of times I didn't get this, and I didn't get a message telling me that my coercion test failed, right? It just moved on to the next conversation. How do you all feel about that? Me personally, I don't like that. I don't like that. I would really prefer to know, hey, there was a coercion option here, but you failed the passive to make this dialogue come up, and consequently it's just moving forward. Because even if I don't refresh, it at least lets it to me, it adds replay value to the game. It makes me say, oh wow, if I had been skilled in coercion during this conversation, I would have seen more content. Maybe that's something I should make sure I do next time around. But I can see the other side of it, where I think they feel like it kind of breaks the realism and takes them out of the game when they're getting these pop-ups saying like, hey, you tried to do this, but you failed to. So I guess 6 in one hand, half a dozen in the other. I like your Let's Play portrait. It's like a cyber clown. I love it. What's going on, Boss Page? How are you? Yeah, I love it. I thought they did a fantastic job with this portrait. I was respecing this. I haven't tried to respec party members that I got after level 1. So I don't know if you can respec them all the way back down to level 1. But outside of that, it's very, very easy. There's just a character here that you can talk to, and then it just lets you respec. That's a good debate to be had. The cool thing about not knowing would be that the game would have so many damn secrets, right? Unless you watch YouTube vids, right? Exactly, and I feel like that's what some people see as the advantage of it. I think it would be a perfect optional setting. That I agree with, right? You could go into settings and decide whether or not it's something you want to have. Just like in Wrath of the Righteous, perception is king. Absolutely. Prevent save scumming. That's true, Smokey. That's true, and I'm definitely someone who's guilty of it. Like, I don't save scum when I'm live streaming, but if I'm just playing by myself, I hate failing a save, so I'll just reload constantly. Knowing if you pass or fail is important to tell players there's something extra that we may miss in one playthrough. Sometimes in games like this, there are unique events that happen only if you pass or fail checks, which is exactly why I prefer to get that notification. Good, it's raining here, so I'm sleeping. Game Awards are soon. Game Awards are tomorrow, right? I might live stream them. We'll see. Where did you get the portrait from? Which one? If you're talking about the portrait from the Let's Play, it's just in the game. You'll see it when you buy it. If you're talking about the portrait that I'm using here, that was actually done for me by one of the subscribers on the channel, because I wanted specifically to have someone who a psyker who deals with flame, and there's no portraits that are that specific. And so Longest commissioned portrait for me. It's in the same folder. If you go onto the video of my build today, I provide a spreadsheet of the build. It's in that same Rogue Trader formula. It's got the portrait sitting right there if anybody wants to use it. All right. Abelard seems to crack. Oh, he already talked through that. The way you talk about Theodora, I'm beginning to think you were in love with her.
What? Lord Captain, any allegations of improper feelings or unsanctioned relations are utterly baseless and bordering on the insult.
On my own, not doing live
Utterly
streams.
baseless.
Force lost to be at least 1 hour time previous. Every choice failed is a potential replay. That's true. I agree with you, Slan. It's important to let players know there's something there. That's how I feel about it. We made that custom portrait. Is so talented. Awesome, awesome. I'll make sure he knows you said that. Yeah, his name is Longes. Longes. Pretty sure he has a YouTube channel where he puts out videos every so often, live streaming or doing Let's Plays of completely different types of games. Do you have a family?
I am a widower. I am a father of 4. And if my information is not outdated, a grandfather of 11. My family lives on Dargonis. None of my children express any eagerness or aptitude for serving aboard ship. And I would hardly have insisted that they follow in my footsteps.
Thank you. I have no more questions.
Of course.
You may call me by my first name if you wish.
I thank you for the honor, but I must decline. As a former military officer, I believe in the importance of order in all things, including the chain of command. You are the Lord Captain, my direct superior. I am not prepared to address you in any way other than as regulation dictates.
Must take my leave now. Until next time, Seneschal.
Lord Captain.
Abelard gives you a regulation salute. All right, we've talked to 2 people. Now let's go ahead and go out into a mission. I think we should go get another party member. I am starting to get a little bit tired, so once we land on the planet, I'll go ahead and probably call it a stream, but I will be back tomorrow, and we'll definitely have an all-out co-op stream then. Lord Captain reporting, the heralds of the Navis Nobilite continue to maintain Vox silence. Perhaps due to Iraq 5 being off limits to visitors, we intercepted signals from the beacons drifting in the station's orbit. The demands are clear. We are told to turn the ship around immediately. We have also detected an accumulation of space debris near the station's docks. Presumably, it is the remains of interplanetary shuttles. Perhaps the esteemed Navis Nobilite house requires aid, and therefore cannot respond to our Vox transmission. Contact the station again. I will negotiate personally, the way a real noble would. The Vox relays the cadence sound of grinding gears and clicking tumblers. I am sorry, Lord Captain. The station does not reply, even after an official greeting by a rogue traitor, and the declaration of your intent to negotiate in person. Order the crew to commence docking with the station. Affirmative, Lord Captain. We do not know what is happening at the station, so you have to look for the esteemed navigators blind. Dock safely, and may the God Emperor light your path. It's weird that it goes in like that, then you have to click again, then you have to scan, finally get it to pop up. There we go. And accept. You reloaded when you didn't have the situation you wanted in the first approach in the warrant chamber. Still, you knew about the voice, but experience would be less interesting if you wouldn't. Exactly. And so that is something I'll do. I won't save scum just for any old check, but if I feel like, no, this is a check where seeing it would improve the experience of the viewer, then yeah, I'm going to save scum all day. There's no question. Close thing, we'll get to a 40K dating simulator. Where's your build video? And it's the most recent video that I released on the channel. Lord Highlander, Officer, Master Tactician.
It was not you whom I swore to serve within these walls. My lips are sealed.
Confess. What was the old man's last command? What are you planning?
Give up, Keeper. You have lost this battle. Again.
We're getting nowhere with these ones, sir. Permission to execute them.
Permission to execute. Wretches, you will be consigned to oblivion for your transgressions against House Arcelio. Immortal Emperor, deliver your servants from peril. Prayers be damned, your life is over. In the name of House Arcelio, I command you to execute the infidels. Ooh. Delayed bodies dropping, but still brutal. Not a step further. Master, we have some strange guests on the station. Actually watching your stream as well. Awesome, Broken Sticks. A tall man stops you with a gesture when you approach. Blood is trickling down the pearly scales of his weary face, and not just his own blood. Two jet black, unblinking eyes are watching your every move, and the third one, the mark of a navigator's fate, is menacingly pulsing behind the lowered lid in the middle of his forehead. Step back, or I will unleash all the horrors of the Sea of Souls upon you. Emperor, be my witness. That's interesting that it has desist, brother. I don't feel like I had that dialogue option before. Abelard, if you would be so kind. The Seneschal takes a deep breath. Before you stands her ladyship, the rogue traitor Commander Highlander of Von Valancius, heir to the greatest protectorate in the Coronis Expanse and bearer of the sacred warrant of trade. Allow me to point out the noble-like custom requires the Lord Navigator to introduce himself first, but given the unusual circumstances on the station, her ladyship, the rogue traitor, is willing to turn a blind eye to your hostility. But just this once. In this case, I shall turn a blind eye to your unceremonious invasion, but just this once. There's a dangerous glint in the man's dark, shrouded eyes. Very well, allow me to introduce myself. Before you stands Felic Christoph August, keeper of this place. So, you did not arrive to offer support to the traitors? This is great news. Having said that, you must understand that Yrilet 5 is a holy sanctum for House Arcelio, and the path to it is only revealed to a select few. It pains me to say you are not on the guest list. Yeah, that's fine. Provide me with a navigator and I will immediately depart the station. I do not think this is possible. Yrilet 5 is an observation station. We do not sign contracts and do not provide navigators. We delve into the depths of infinity and chart the movements of the warp storms. And besides, Felix gestures at the disorder around him. You have chosen an inopportune time for negotiations. I came in search of a navigator, so you're coming with me. Is that so? Even wounded, Felix Orsilio remains composed. I do not think so. You cannot force me. You can only end my life. But this is not your heart's desire, is it? Perhaps we can help one another and reach a more beneficial agreement. And what agreement are you talking about? You came to this station for a reason. House Orsilio will not be able to help you until the current crisis is resolved. But if you aid us now, I promise we will reach an agreement that you will find satisfying, be it riches, influence, or the powers of our navigators. What is happening? She's not going to bother asking about the Lord Inquisitor because she doesn't care. She has no interest in doing the Inquisition's will, and she doesn't care about finding Heinrix. What is happening on the station? Where do all these corpses come from? Betrayal, a most banal thing in the life of the Nobilite, don't you think? I was stabbed in the back by my closest friend, Theobald Orsilio, the second keeper of Yrilet 5 and my mentor. On his instructions, my own people sabotaged the generators, blew up the shuttles, and brutally massacred the loyal servants of my mistress. Most unforgivably, they dared to take her prisoner. Greedy scum. I swear by the throne's light, their souls will perish in the darkness of the void. Cool. Curious as to why Slattered has this as a 6-player Heretic screen when others won't have the game until tomorrow. Am I missing something? I just did that to keep the title consistent because that's what the title is going to be tomorrow. And so I feel like in a series that they'll be able to see that. But you're probably right. I probably could have taken that out for today and just plugged it back in tomorrow. It is what it is. Abelard introduces. God, I love this game. That's what the Heretic is going to do the whole time Abelard is there. Like, I don't want to be bothered with this noble stuff. First time catching a live stream. Can't wait till tomorrow. Also, Rasta Splash, hope you enjoy it and look forward to seeing you tomorrow. I think I'm going to play a sleazy smuggler, preferring business people and Xenos over religious fanatics. Kind of like Kyle Jericho or Star-Lord. Awesome. Awesome. It definitely seems like this game will let you do that. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah. Tomorrow, I'm going to let people jump in and jump out however they see fit. And in fact, no, I'm glad I kept it that way because I feel like it's good advertisement. Because people came on and said, hey, I'd like to join, but I don't have the game yet. I'm like, hey, tomorrow when you have the game, come on through, join in. Felix falls silent for a few moments and then furiously slams the end of his staff into the floor. The madmen have captured Lady Cassia and are now torturing her upstairs while we idly chatting down here. Help me rescue her or be gone, but waste no more of my precious time. All right. What kind of help are you talking about? I would never ask you for such a favor under different circumstances. And yet, Felix takes his hand away from his ribcage, notices blood, and winces in pain. And yet, Lady Cassia's well-being is above all. I haven't got many people left, and my wounds are too deep for me to act with precision and swiftness. But you may actually succeed. In order to ascend to the mistress's chambers, you will need to remake a holy relic sanctified with the blood of Lady Orsilio herself. This is the control rod of the elevator machine spirit. I have one part, and the other was lost during the mutiny. But even this relic will be of no use unless the elevator mechanism is powered. How do I remake the control rod? I have a phylactery containing the mistress's blood. It needs to be taken to the laboratory, which is located behind one of the reliquary doors. The most ancient of sacred mechanisms will help to rebuild the rod. The tech priest ceaselessly performed the rites of appeasement so that the machine spirit would serve the house in its time of need. That fateful hour is now upon us. So how am I supposed to power the elevator? The station's main cogitator is situated in the guard room. Just enter the correct command sequence, and the sacred mechanism will do the rest. If it's so simple, why don't you do it yourself? I never said the feat would be easy to accomplish. The path to the laboratory and the guard room is blocked by the very same madmen who took over the station. They will not negotiate and are not afraid of displeasing the Navis Nobilite or incurring the Emperor's wrath. They bow only to brute strength, something which I currently happen to lack. I guess that makes sense. So what have you decided, descendant of the von Valancius line? The rogue trader's aid will cost House Arcelio, but you should rejoice, for your mistress will live. Felix's reply sounds curt and tired. So be it. Hurry. The mistress's safety is all that matters. But should you fail, our arrangement is finished. All right. Now, technically time to save Cassia. Lockpick and some cargo. And magnifying glass.
That wasn't so difficult.
The corpses were mauled by a force far beyond any mortal capacity. The faces are twisted in pain, and the hands are fussed with improvised weapons, tools, scissors, and cutlery. All right, and let's go ahead and level up, see what it's going to give us. We are not quite ready for Psi rating 1, unfortunately, but we'll still continue to level up willpower. And did we already get... We can get stabilizing factor on with the next one. Let's see. Backdraft. Is that what I want? Whenever Psyker Pyro used on a Psyker deals damage or rend. Oh, you know what? Isn't there another one that makes it... Oh, second sight. Is that it? Yeah, we'll get that later. All right. Backdraft. Whenever Psyker Pyro used by the Psyker deals damage, a random enemy within 2 cells from the initial target suffers half of this damage. Oh, but I'm barely doing damage right now, so that doesn't really count. Psyker's critical hit chance increases by 1% until the end of combat every time you deal damage by any means. That's helpful. All enemies adjacent. No. Melting armor, though. Every time an enemy suffers damage from the Psyker, the enemy's armor is reduced by 3%. His armor is already 0%. The enemy's deflection is reduced by 1 instead. Yep, that makes sense. Woo! Look at you! Looking like a superstar. You want the CarMax? Okay. Sorry, I'm talking to my wife, yo. There you go. I'll be done with this in about 20 minutes. Yep, love you. All right, have a good night, everyone. Have a great time. I'll see you guys on the other side. Take care, Madma. Was Wolfhard hanging out here doing his own stream? No, he came through right after his stream. After his stream. Vagrid. All right, complete. And what you got going on? Oh, we can choose this. I like contempt. And I like toughness. And you, I don't even know what I want to do for you, really. Willpower, definitely. And then, oh yeah, second sight, that makes sense, probably. But, you know what, no. Can't I get you all... Psyker's next costs 1 less action point avoidance of guidance the first time. This ally gains +10. Long term, no. Enforced reality. Where's... I thought she had one that that gave everybody a bonus to critical hit. I swear she... Oh, here those go. Edge of Fate. At the beginning of every combat, the Psyker's allies gain 15% critical hit chance. First critical hit removes this effect. I like that. Now you. What did I get the first time? Enough bullets for everyone. Makes sense. Ballistic skill makes sense for you. Could do rapid reload, but no. Could do second skin, but no. I think I could go with fired up or unpredictable critical damage. Unpredictable, what does that do? I think we're going to go with fired up. I think that's going to help us more long term. In fact, I'm not even using her on a long basis, so I don't really care. All right, you all. I think that's been long enough for one stream. Hope you all enjoyed it. It was absolutely fantastic being back. But I've got to get back to the little girl. She's only seen me for a little bit. So I will be back on tomorrow, probably around the same time. And at that point, we already got 3 party members. We'll be getting 1 more relatively quickly. So my goal is by the end of tomorrow's stream, most certainly we should have the full 6 and be rocking and rolling the way that we should be. But anyway, hope you all enjoyed this stream, and I'll see you all in the next one. Take care. Take care, Yomagami. Always a pleasure. Take care, Karakan. Bye, Hensler. Good seeing you. Take care, Kara. Glad you enjoyed it. Glad you were able to stop through.